Good morning. I welcome everyone to this, the fifth meeting of the committee at consideration stage. I remind everyone to switch off all the mobile phones. The first item on the agenda is to decide whether to take consideration of decisions on objections, key issues for a draft consideration stage report, and the draft report itself should be taken in private at future meetings. Are members agreed? Yes. Thank you. We now move to Agenda 2, which is taking oral evidence. As I said at the last meeting, I would remind all witnesses that we already have the content of all objections and supplementary written evidence and have considered a substantial amount of evidence on a number of issues raised in objections and covered in oral evidence at the preliminary stage. Again, at this stage, I would ask witnesses to focus on the main issues they wish to raise and avoid unnecessary repetition of information, which the committee already has and which, along with the oral evidence sessions from the 12th and 26th of March, as well as those at preliminary stage, will also be taken into account. Lead objectors from Group 1, 3 and 6 have been sent copies of the official report of the meetings of the 12th and 26th of March, and where appropriate may wish to refer to the relevant information if they are content that an issue under consideration has already been covered adequately. I would remind everyone of the importance of the cross-examination part of proceedings and, in conclusion, reiterate that the committee's role is not to carry out a planning inquiry. The committee appreciates that for some this may be a daunting process. As I have done at previous sessions, I will briefly set out the overall format. Groups 3 and 6 will be familiar with this, but I will put on the record for Group 1 and for those who are following these proceedings. The lead objectors and promoters' league spokesperson will be responsible for coordinating the evidence from the respective parties. I will firstly invite lead objectors to make brief introductory remarks. The promoter will then have the same opportunity. We will then move to each of the categories where a spokesperson from each group on each issue within the category will be invited to outline briefly concerns on a specific issue. Therefore, for Group 1, Category 1, a spokesperson in turn should speak on each issue. Firstly, on all issues, matters of loss of amenity, use of park, including associated of health and mental well-being. Then a spokesperson will be invited to speak on Issue 2 matters, replacement of open space. We will only expect one person to speak on the matters covered by each issue. Once all the issues within a category have been addressed, the promoter will be invited to state its position on each of the key issues in the category. Both parties will then have the opportunity to cross-examine each other on all the issues in the category. Objectors will have an opportunity for any final comments on that category. Consideration will then move on to the next category of objections and the same format will be followed. Following conclusion of proceedings on all categories, members will be invited to question witnesses from both parties, although members may raise a question for clarification at any point in the proceedings. To conclude, the lead objector and the promoter will each have the opportunity to make brief closing remarks. Where a group does not wish to address a specific topic within a category, please indicate that intention at the start of consideration of the relevant category. The promoter should also indicate whether it wishes to address any issues where the objector considers that an issue does not require to be raised at that session. We now move to the formal evidence, and I welcome back witnesses from Groups 3 and 6 who did not conclude their evidence on the 26th of March. Will we recommence proceedings where we left off at that meeting? From the objectors, I welcome from Group 3 David Kilcare, lead objector, Jean Douglas and Bill Flockhart, and thank you very much for attending again. And from Group 6, Beverly Klein, and again, thank you for coming back. And for those representing the promoter, Billy McIntyre, Head of Resources, Children and Families, City of Edinburgh Council, Ian Strachan, Principal Solicitor, Legal Risk and Compliance of City Edinburgh Council, Charles Livingston, Associate of Brodie's LLP, and Ian Alexander, Design Director of JM Architects. Where it is appropriate, witnesses may wish to refer to evidence provided earlier at the meeting on the 26th of March if this has already been covered and the specific concern addressed. This will avoid unnecessary repetition. At the last session, we had reached questioning by the objectors on the issues covered by Category 1, which was loss of amenity and use of park, including associated health and mental well-being and replacement of open space. I invite objectors to include questions to the promoter on that issue in that category. Who would like to go first?
Thank you.
Mr. Kilcare.
Bill.
Yeah. At the last meeting, I didn't say anything at all for the simple reason were the constraints of time, and you were running against the clock. I'm concerned about the loss of amenity. Like you understand, I've lived in Bailey Terrace for 31 years. It runs parallel to Milton Road, but I'm a Portobello person. I was brought up in Portobello, lived in Portobello High Street, went to Portobello School. My kids went to Portobello School. So the golfie, as I refer to it, has played a big part in my life. When I was young and keen on sport, It was a place where I used it at the top of there to perfect my golf skills, which took me on to play national championships later on, once I got into a proper golf club. Moving up nearer in time, it's no coincidence that in Park Avenue in recent times, Gordon Ross, who's a Scotland standoff, lived there. Down the road's another chap called Laurie Costello, who played basketball for Scotland. And around the corner were my two sons, who also played. But they all honed their sporting skills on that piece of land. And it really, when I watch and see what happened last week, or sorry, last month, people telling me that things can't be done there. There's lots of things can be done. And the problem we've got in this country at the present time is we're fighting obesity, we're fighting all these sort of things, and here we are taking away a piece of land. Now, I know that it's been indicated that you can go to Magdalen Glen. I'll tell you now, under no circumstances would my wife or I have allowed our children to go to Magdalen Glen. No chance at all. Because when they disappear into the housing estates, you don't know where they are. That's the great thing about the golf course. You walk along the golf course, you look down, you can see where your kids were, you can see who they were playing with. And that is very important. And I'm actually appalled by what City of Edinburgh Council have done to that piece of land. They actually vandalised it, and I make no apology for that terminology. Because what happened was they did an archaeological dig, left it where it was only fit for mountain biking. And it was really a terrible thing that they've carried out. And then they stopped cutting the grass. And so they turned people away from that area. So it's all very good for the television cameras to come along, look at it and say, oh, it's just a piece of wasteland. It's not a piece of wasteland. It's a vital piece of sporting ground, which we don't have enough of in Edinburgh. And I think that for that to go is most worrying. So that is my thoughts about the loss of the amenity. I think it would be sad if this happens. So that's all I'd like to say on the amenity part.
I appreciate that, Mr Flockhart, and obviously, given time constraints, that's perfectly acceptable. Do you have a question, given that we're trying to get back to where we were on the first meeting? So do you have a question to the promoter on those issues?
I just wonder why it was not restored to its former glory. Because, see, it was equivalent. The Portobello Park is equivalent of what I would consider the Meadows to be. You could do impromptu sport. It wasn't just, I mean, people were out there. They probably don't realise, Portobello Rugby Club has its origins there. That's where they started off. There used to be a rugby pitch there. People used to go out there and just have an impromptu game. They would play touch rugby, they could play rounders, they could play cricket. I've even seen Americans turn up and play baseball. All these things, it's impromptu, and that's what you need is impromptu sport. The idea of that we're going to have this bit at the end of the golf course, and with the synthetics and all the rest of it, synthetic pitches, it doesn't breed the same sort of camaraderie, because somebody's going to have to open these facilities. And my thoughts are it isn't going to happen. It'll happen because anything that involves labour and cost to the council to open and shut is not going to happen. Whereas that facility is a facility, and because of the size of it, you could have different groups and different parts of it. Even Portobello, I can remember back to Portobello Gala Day being on that piece of land. It's just the council has run it down. Somebody said last time there's only one seat in the whole place. Okay, well we'll put that to a question there. It needs to be sorted out. Okay. Do you have anything to say?
I'll respond to the suggestion that it's been run down. There was a period between August 2011 and early 2013 where, when, as a result of the archaeological works that were done as a consequence of the previously granted planning consent that was granted back in 2011, which required us to do these works in advance of going ahead with the school. So there was a period when part of the park, and it's not by any means all of the park, but part of the park had been disturbed. That was fully remediated in early 2013, and having confirmed with my colleagues in Parks Department since then, the maintenance regime at Portobello Park is exactly the same as it was before, and is exactly the same as applies to any other park in the city. So the suggestion that it's continued to be run down, I just do not accept. You made reference to restoring the park to its former glory. I'm not sure what Mr Flockhart means by former glory, but in terms of restoring it to the position that it was in when we undertook the usage audit in 2009, that was done in early 2013. Beyond that, I would just make reference to the information that I shared with committee at the last meeting about the significant number of accessible open spaces in the area. It's not just Magdalen Glen, it's Joppa, Jewel, Figgott, Bingham Park, and the new area of open space that would be created on the combined existing school site should this project go ahead, all of which...
Totally unnecessary. You've got one of the largest parks in Edinburgh, Figgott Park, which is about 150 yards away.
If you just let and then I will come back to you, but if you could just let the promoter finish, sorry.
So as I was saying, these areas will be accessible, and actually the provision of the new area of open space will improve the accessibility of open space to those in the local area, because the current Portobello Park is not classified as an accessible area of open space, nor is the golf course, because the golf course is not openly accessible to all residents in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Flicker.
Well, I was going to say, this bit that you've thrown in latterly about doing the providing green space on the current site, that's totally unnecessary. 150 yards down the road, you've got the Figgott Park, which is one of the biggest parks in Edinburgh. It stretches from Baileyfield Road at one end up to nearly Dunningston Crossroads at the other. So to throw that in, I'm sorry, this is just another, which we'll come on to later. There's other red herrings that have been thrown in, but that's one of them. You don't need a green space there.
The very positive response from the community about the provision of that space speaks for itself. It is by no means a red herring. That space will be delivered.
It's not necessary.
Do any other objectors have any questions to the promoter on this category 1, please?
Yes, thank you. I wonder if there would be any agreement that if the bill proceeds and is approved and the school is built on the park, would you agree that any spontaneous play that currently can occur involving children wanting to go and have a game of football or a game of cricket, any future spontaneous play will really be a non-option for children in the neighbouring area, many of whom, as I said in my last contribution, are socially deprived. There's a high area of council housing, a lot of buy-to-let properties in both Magdalene and in the Christians, where children are in very low-income households where there may not be a car and any facilities to take the children further afield, or indeed to pay for sporting facilities. So my question is, would the spontaneous playing of children that can currently take place be curtailed if the school's built on that park?
I think there's a question about whether there actually is a level of spontaneous play that happens just now. I've not seen any personal evidence of that when I've visited the park on many occasions, but there are areas within the area that would be developed that would be available for spontaneous play, as you've suggested. There's the area on the boundary of Hope Lane and Milton Road, about the size of a football pitch, which is more than large enough for areas of spontaneous play. It would be flat. The current park is not flat, which mitigates against football to any sensible degree, and cricket, I would suggest, and the 2 3G pitches that would be provided. Whilst they are freely accessible to those in the local area, they will be freely accessible when not otherwise used by the school, and can be booked as such. There will be a means for casual access when they're not otherwise being used. There are also many other areas of open space in the adjacent area that could be used just now and could be used in the future for spontaneous play. So I don't see that there is going to be an issue here.
Okay, I would beg to differ. I'm also quite interested by your comments that the area would be flat, and it isn't at the moment. There's a slight slope which curtails the prospect of football. Am I not right in saying there used to be football pitches there even when the area wasn't completely flat?
That's correct. Okay,
so your assertion that the limitations on football that are there currently doesn't really suggest to you that that's a valid argument?
It is a valid argument. The current area is a slope and is not entirely suitable for football. The new 3G pitches will be flat and will be far more suitable for football than the existing surface. in addition to being flat, they will be accessible on longer hours and not subject to the vagaries of the Scottish weather, which the grass is just now.
I see. So would it be fair comment then to say that perhaps if you consider that the suitability of the park now and previously for football was something that the council didn't discharge its function properly to ensure that it was flat, but had football pitches up and a number of games took place there every single weekend in the season?
No, I wouldn't agree with that, and I'm slightly confused because I think you yourself and many others have suggested how well the park was and is being used. So I'm not sure how that criticism could be levied at the council.
No, I'm not saying that the park isn't well used. Absolutely to the contrary. What I'm saying is you're saying that the condition of the park with the slope means that football's not really the most suitable option, and yet the council was responsible for making sure that goalposts were put up and ensuring that the pavilion was erected. During my childhood, I recall that pavilion being erected so that football matches could take place there. So it's just a little bit convenient, possibly, for your argument to be developing in the way that it seems to be this morning, would be my contention.
That's your opinion.
It is, absolutely.
Noted.
Would you say that I think the last time I tried to explore the usage survey with you and we were cut short because of the time restrictions, would you say that you have any concerns about the usage survey?
No.
No. Okay, you wouldn't say that the condition of the park following the archaeological dig and the failure to restore it to, as Bill Flockart would say, its former glory, had any bearing on...
The usage survey was done in 2009, which predated the archaeological works by some 2 years.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Okay. Subsequently, I've seen recently that there's been a significant removal of mature trees in the park. Could you tell me if that's as a precursor to the building works that you're anticipating being able to proceed with?
No, that's not. The removal of those trees that in the park that have had to be taken away as a result of, I believe, Dutch elm disease. So the Parks Department, as part of their regular maintenance regime across parks in the city, have removed those trees that are considered to be necessary to be removed.
Okay. And in terms of making the park accessible, because I'm sure you'll be aware that along with a large number of socially excluded poor children, there's a high number of elderly people who live in the surrounding area who in my youth would have sat in the park. There were benches in the park. As Bill has rightly said, there's only one bench in the park. I would qualify that slightly by saying there's only one usable bench. I think there are 4 benches. The other 3 are absolutely unusable. One of them has none of its wooden struts across it, enabling seating to be facilitated. So would you say that that could have impacted on people's amenity for the park? I
couldn't comment on that because I don't know the individuals you're referring to, but I would ask, have the individuals whose amenity that they believe has been constrained in this way, have they raised the matter with the Parks Department in terms of seeking improvements?
I believe the Parks Department and indeed yourself have been notified of this difficulty. This is something that I have heard being raised with you personally on a number of occasions, that there isn't suitable seating in the park.
It's not my responsibility to provide seating in the park, but if any individuals in the local area have concerns, I suggest that they contact the Parks Department directly.
So it kind of runs counter to your argument that the maintenance regime in the park is as it always was. If benches, I fully appreciate that it may not be your department. Equally, it's not your department to cut down trees, but you're fully aware of the Dutch elm issue. So you're maybe being a little bit selective in the issues that you're choosing to answer for me today, which I find rather runs contrary to your assertion made last time in the group prior to our group taking our place, when you said on a number of occasions you'd endeavoured to engage with objectors. a lot of people have tried to engage, and it seems that what we're getting is a selective response. I'll answer questions about trees because I can give a reasonable explanation as to why that's the case. I won't answer questions about a level playing field. I won't answer questions about why goalposts haven't gone back up. I won't answer questions about benches being absolutely surplus to requirements because they're unusable.
Ms Klein, I'm answering questions, as I always do, to the best of my knowledge and ability. We informed the committee clerks on the 3rd of April that you advised them that you had some questions for the promoter, which you were going to furnish in advance of this meeting. Had you done so before last Thursday, when you eventually chose to send them through, and they were not in any way sufficiently specific that would have allowed us to respond, then I may have been better prepared to answer your very specific questions this morning about areas that are not within my responsibility.
Well,
so I repeat again, I'm answering the questions that you're addressing to me to the best of my knowledge and ability. And if you wish to to address more detailed questions to me about areas that were out with my responsibility, you had the opportunity to do that in advance of this meeting, and you chose not to do that.
No, Mr McIntyre, I didn't choose not to do that. I didn't indicate I would be advising you of questions in advance. I indicated that I would be advising you of areas of discussion upon which I wished to question you. There's quite a significant difference, and your assertion is a misrepresentation. Further, I did indicate to you that some of the areas, the amenity of the park, the condition of the park, that these were areas I was going to be questioning you on. And indeed, at the last session, I made it clear that that was the line of questioning that I was going to be pursuing. Now, you are here on behalf of the promoter. It's not my fault that you're not in a position to be able to answer questions. You're here as the voice of the council. So I'm asking questions that you're not able to answer. I fully appreciate that. That's most unfortunate. It doesn't suggest that we've got a highly engaged council. However, I can certainly move on.
Ms Klein, have you got any more questions on this category?
Yes, I'm looking through my list of questions as to where I reached last time. No, that's all I have on amenity, convener. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone else? Mr Flockhart?
Just one quick point. Having played on the pitches at Portobello, I have never heard anybody complain about the slope. It's just not an issue when you're playing football at Portobello. So I'm sorry, that's again something that isn't correct. If you think that's a slope, you've got to help you if you're a Hib supporter. You lay down at one end, you wouldn't see the goals at the other. So I'm sorry, it doesn't wash. Sorry.
Well, God help you if you're a Hib supporter for many reasons, but do you have any other comments?
I'm not, so I'm okay.
To make on those issues?
No.
Okay, thank you. Mr Kilcare, Mrs Douglas, have you got anything to say on these issues?
Not on this issue, no.
Okay, thank you. The promoter view, any questions for the objectors at this stage?
Yeah.
Mr Livingston?
Just one, convener, which is what proposals do the objectors have that might mitigate their concerns? I know there was some disquiet about that question being asked in the previous session, but I can perhaps refer the present witnesses and others in the room to paragraph 526 of the Parliament's guidance on private bills, which states that promoters and objectors are encouraged to enter into early dialogue to seek resolution of objections whenever and wherever possible. The Council advised in our letter to you, convener, of the 31st of January, which was circulated to all the objectors, that we were open to discuss any proposals that objectors might have. We've heard nothing from any objectors, so I'd like to ask the present objectors what proposals do they have that the Council could put into place that would mitigate the concerns that they have.
Yes, perhaps answer that first. I would like you to build the school somewhere other than Portobello Park. That would assuage all of my concerns. However, the options are not merely Portobello Park. And I think that there's a degree of misinformation abroad that is most unfortunate, that no other site is suitable. Boroughmuir is being rebuilt imminently or presently. Gillespie's is being rebuilt currently with a decant. There seems to be some suggestion, and I'm a parent of a child who will attend this school, but there's a suggestion that somehow or another a decant is not a suitable option for our children. There's another option, Mr Livingston, in that the council could make a bid to compulsory purchase the Baileyfield site.
Convener, I'm sorry, we're not in the category of alternative sites. At the
but you're
moment.
asking
This
me
will
what
all
would
be
assuage my
explored.
concerns, so I'm saying that
I'm asking you
if the
for
council
mitigation
adopts...
measures.
Okay, I understand, and that's why I let it go. I think that point's been made, but if you could, obviously, do you know, loss of park is very wide, and I think Ms Klein is doing that loss of park drill. She doesn't want the school there, and therefore she would have the park. So I think she's addressed that. If you've got anything specific on the other options in the category, because I think the point has been made about the school and the options about the decanting and various other things. So I do think she's on the category, but just if there's other examples.
Well, I thought I was specifically dealing with Mr Livingston's point. You'll appreciate Mr Livingston's here in a professional capacity. I'm here as a citizen. So if I've misunderstood your question, perhaps if it could be specified, or perhaps if my colleagues here have more immediate points they'd like to make.
Well, I must say I can't understand how there could be any mitigation at all. I mean, Beverly has said the only real solution, as far as we're concerned, is that you don't build the school on the park. I mean, we're not going to suggest we have half a school on the park or any other. I mean, I think that kind of question is really irrelevant.
Okay, thank you.
Convener, sorry, just one follow-up on that. One example of things the council might do might relate to what should be done with the replacement open space. What functions should it be dedicated to? There is a consultation in relation to that matter. These are mitigation measures. I'm asking about mitigation. So the premise is that if the bill goes ahead and the school is constructed on the park, what mitigation measures are there that the objectors might want to propose? Now, if they have nothing to propose, then I think we have their answer on that.
Well,
But the whole point is, what you're proposing, as I said earlier, is to move people over to Magdalen Glen, which is entirely unsuitable. Because if you learn new skills, I'm afraid it's skills that I've managed to keep my kids out of all their life. Because there's social skills that happen over there that I wouldn't want my children to get involved in. And I don't see that particular site attracting people at all. So what you're actually doing is you're closing down an area. But as I said myself, I think that's an area that should be developed. I've just returned from America, and the obesity, the size of the people in America is frightening. And it's just, as Winston Churchill said, America sneezes, we catch a cold. It's coming to a cinema near us. And what we should be trying to do is to stop this now, putting in physical advisors and helping the local community and developing it into an area where people, young people in particular, I'm talking about 5-year-olds, etc., taking up sport for the first time should be encouraged. And that's what it should be. Not used as, because this in my lifetime is the second piece of land that's been stolen. The existing site, when I didn't go to the existing school, I went to school prior to that, but it was the site was our recreational ground that was taken for the current school, and that is, so with it now in my lifetime, is another piece of green space being taken away. And we've got to try and get people out their houses, the children in particular, out and into more exercise. And there's not enough of it being done. And if we don't do it, we've got a serious problem, which of course will be an NHS problem as well in the future. You've got to really look well ahead. And this is what the loss of this piece of land, to me, is
okay.
vital.
I mean, I genuinely think that point has been made,
Yeah.
and I do think...
Sorry.
No, it's perfectly fine. I just think that the point has been made, and therefore I don't think the suggestions, other than obviously not building the school, you're not going to get another answer to that. So if we can move from that point...
If I could come back then in Mr Livingston's clarification. In the event that the school requires to be built in the park, it would certainly help to mitigate some of my concerns if the school were not a 1,400 capacity school. At present, I understand that there are 340 out-of-catchment children attending Portobello High School, and you know, on a bare assessment of the arithmetic, the school does not require, in order to accommodate the needs of the catchment, to be a 1400 school. I think there's been lots of discussion about the benefits of smaller schools. So that would mean that the footprint for the school could be significantly smaller where the school required to be built on the park. So that would mitigate some of the concerns. We would not require to lose so much of the park if the school was a smaller footprint.
Thank you.
May I respond to that point, Convener? There are a number of out-of-catchment pupils in the school, and I'll not make a mistake that I made previously of actually quoting a number. But there are a number of out-of-catchment pupils in the school just now. That's because there is capacity in the school just now. It will not have that luxury in the future. Birth rates in Edinburgh 5 years ago peaked, and you may be aware of the rising roles that are being experienced in many of our primary schools just now. These will continue, the impact of that will continue through into secondary schools towards the end of the decade. We considered in a report to the Education, Children and Families Committee in March 2009 whether to build the school with a capacity of either 1,200 or 1,400, and concluded based on the projections then, which have been borne out, and we used the GRO birth rate projections to inform these decisions, that the catchment requirement for a new school in the Portobello area will be 1,400.
Okay, thank you. Fiona McLeod, you've got a question?
Thank you. Yes, if I can take us away from catchment areas back to loss of amenity and the mitigation. Mr Flockart, you said that in your day, when the current school was built, that was on a greenfield site. Yes. That you used to play on. Can I ask the promoters, my understanding is that when the new school is built, if the new school is built, you're proposing as part of the mitigation that the site of the current school will become a new park. Is that correct? So it would go revert to what Mr Flockart had in his young days? I'm
not entirely sure what area was open space or green space before the old school. What our proposal is that within the combined existing site of Portobello High School and St John's RC Primary School, which extends to some 3.46 hectares, 1.3 hectares would be assigned for a new St John's RC Primary School, and the remaining 2.16 hectares would be converted into a new area of open space.
So, can I just check with the map that I've got the right place? Is this?
This is the
up here.
The park here,
Is
and this is the existing
current school.
That's the current school,
and that will become the new park.
Correct.
Which you're consulting on with the public about what they want it used for.
We, as part of the the consultation exercise around the bill, we invited comments from respondents about what use they would like to see made of that new open space. When Council approved to progress the private bill, it delegated the matter of to what use that new space would be put to the local neighbourhood partnership, which will be consulting with the local community about what the best use of that space would be. Within the project budget for building a new Portobello High School, a sum of £1 million has been assigned to convert the existing space to that new space for whatever purpose is intended. That £1 million doesn't include the cost of demolishing the existing high school buildings. That's purely to create whatever is deemed to be most appropriate by the local community to go in that new area of open space.
Okay, thank you, Convener.
Okay. Are there any final comments from the objectors in category 1? Obviously, I'll move to category 2.
Well, I wonder if I could just respond to the question about the catchment for the school that Mr McIntyre just referred to.
Well, very briefly, because we do have to move on.
I understand there are 5 cluster schools for the Portobello High School. Would I be correct in that?
Correct.
I'm certainly aware that one school has a falling role. Do all the other schools have an increasing role?
I don't have that information to hand.
Okay, is that information that is available, or?
It's we undertake role projections on an annual basis, and that is information that could be provided to committee if that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Just to address Ms Klein's comments. Okay, if we can move to category 2 now, which covers loss of view, traffic and road safety issues and the environmental impact. Bill Flockhart was previously identified as speaking for Group 3 on category 2. Mr Flockhart, do you have any comments on issue 1, loss of views?
Sorry, on
loss of views, issue 1. Or indeed, if you want to cover all aspects of it.
I'll just cover the whole lot if you want.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
Well, first of all, I'll be referring to this. I got hold of this publication, Design and Access Statement, which came out from the Council, and I'll be referring to that on the way through. When this project started for the school, I didn't really take a lot of interest in it, primarily because my children had left the school by that time, and the second reason was I didn't think anybody would be daft enough to build a school in such a dangerous site. I'm giving my comments on the basis of being a local resident who's up and down there all the time and has lived there for 31 years. Also, I'm a commuter. 4 mornings a week I go for a swim about 7:30 in the morning, so I'm coming back up the road usually between 8:15 and 8:30, so I'm in the traffic mix, so I see exactly what's happening. First point I'd like to make on that document is on page 7, they refer to A1 as a red line. They've got a red line road, which means it's a minor road. Now, this worries me that people like yourselves who are not maybe familiar with the area, or your colleagues, are going to look upon that and say, oh, it's a minor road. A1 is not a minor road. The A1 is the tributary from the south for traffic coming in and out of the city from the south and the east. And I heard that, obviously I'm not an expert on the numbers, but as you heard Ian Ross say at the last meeting, there's 18,000 vehicles a day going along there. So it's by no means a minor road. On the artist's impression, you've got a sign here. It looks like an evening news spot the ball contest, or spot the car contest, rather. There's no cars hardly on this road. That just doesn't happen. There's cars there all the time. So that's the first point I would like to make. If we look at the present site versus the proposed site, on the present site, you've only got 2 bus services going, one going east to west, one going north to south. You've got traffic calming outside the school, and you've got a very limited amount of car traffic and commercial vehicles going up and down. You're going to move to a site where you're going to have 10 bus services going along east to west along the Milton Road, and 2 going north to south. And so this is a different animal altogether we're dealing with here, plus commercial vehicles, plus a tremendous amount of cars. So the possibility of accidents is a lot higher on this, and I'll come on to the accident rate later on. So it's an entirely different animal from what we're dealing with. The junction at Dunningston Park and Milton Road, traffic east to west actually runs very well because it's got a filter on it. There's not really a problem there. Traffic going north to south doesn't. It's going from down Dunningston Park. Doesn't have that facility. So what happens is the traffic backs up. I mean, even this morning, walking down there this morning, all the cars are in the bus lane because they're terrified they're not going to get through the lights. They're all breaking the law, but they're prepared to do that to get through the lights. Now, when you're doing a project of this nature, you've got to look 10, 20, 30 years ahead. So what's going to happen in Edinburgh in that period is they're going to build thousands of houses on the south-east wedge. They've already started. Up the Wisp, there's houses that are already getting built. So the traffic on north to south is going to increase over the next period, which will necessitate them having to put filters, I think, into the north-south as well, which is all going to delay traffic. And this whole document, when you go through it, to me, is really all about traffic flow stagnation. Now, if you get stagnation of the traffic, and I'll come on to that in a bit more detail, that leads to further frustration, which of course leads to irrational behaviour. And it's irrational behaviour that worries me, because then if it's irrational behaviour, that's when there's likely to be accidents. And this is something that I think that we really should be looking at very closely. Just to the right, just on the north side, is, I think, possibly the most dangerous thing there. There's a pavement between Dunningston Park and Park Avenue, which is only 75 yards long. But it's very narrow. And I'll tell you how narrow it is, because I brought it with me. That is the width of the pavement. That is the width of it. It's about 1.4 metres. That's what it is. Now, you're going to ask thousands of kids to walk along that area every day because they've got to go in there in the morning, they've got to come back out in the afternoon. And at the meetings I've attended, nobody has got into heated discussion about lunchtime. Now, the level of children having school meals is comparatively low. I know some of them will bring packed lunches, but there's going to be hundreds. When the bell goes, they're going to vacate and move towards where they're going to get food. Now, the main places they're going to get food is on the Milton Road. There's the post office, there's a Milton Fry, and there's another shop further along. If they don't go there, they're going to have to go to the other side of the road and go into Magdalen, either to the chip shop at the end of Magdalen Drive, or further down Magdalen Drive, there's a bakery. Either way, there's going to be thousands of children walking along that space. Now, we're not in the world of Miss Jean Brodie here. They're not walking along in twos. So there's bound to be, every day, there's going to be people on the pavements. On the roads, I should say. They're going to get knocked off the pavement because you can't walk in any more than twos. Now, there's cars going back and forward across there. This is highly dangerous, and they can't build fences on it because there's two driveways. There's two driveways going into people's houses. It's an even pavement. If a member of the public comes along, I'm just not concerned about the school children. I'm also concerned about the fact that they could be members of the public who'd have to walk on the road. And when you consider that children are walking along nowadays with texting and listening to music at the same time, that all adds to what's happening. Excuse me. So that is something to... This whole project, I see, as a situation where we're going to push people into... If the school goes ahead, they'll herd the kids in there. They've been told by their leaders it's safe. Nobody's told them that there's been 13 accidents on the Milton Road, and a road safety audit hasn't been carried out. Nobody's told them that fact. So they all go in there. But this isn't just like a herd of like in an African film. They're not all in the same place. This is a herd that's moving, and round about them are all right around that area. There's you could call them predators. There's buses, there's cars, there's commercial vehicles. They're going around all the time. But what this document does is, what we're about to do if this school goes ahead, is actually to irritate the commuters, because you're going to have 200 more vehicles in that area between what's 117 car park spaces, which are going in from the Milton Road. So that's going to stop traffic. The other thing is all the people doing the drop-offs. When I come up in the mornings, I come through the lights of Milton Link, the traffic stops about... If we go right on the Milton Road, it goes past Hope Lane, it's usually between Hope Lane, about 600 or 700 yards. The traffic's that far back. That's on a good day. On a bad day, you'll just get over the Milton Link and you'll be another 200 yards further back. So the commuter's got a choice at this point. There's two exits to the left. There's Magdalen Drive and there's Bailey Place. Bailey Place, you can go there if they want to take a rat run. And on the other side, you've got Hope Lane and Park Avenue. But the thing is that if they've suddenly got 200 more vehicles to contend with, plus they've got 1,400 objects to swerve past by way of pedestrians walking about, this is all going to make them tetchy, and they're going to look for the rat runs far more. If they take the first rat run up Magdalen Drive, 150 yards up there is Brunson Primary School. So if increasing rat running up there could have an effect on the younger kids going to school. And I think and the whole of Magdalen was not built for cars. It was built in the 60s. People weren't supposed to own cars when they built these things. So what's happening now? People are swerving around cars. It's not suitable. Keeping to the left-hand side, Bailey Place is an innocuous little road, but it's not an easy one to get in and out of. You try getting in and out of there, it's not easy at all, because there's a bus lane you've got to negotiate if you're turning left. And you've got to hope that there's nobody coming out, because if somebody's coming out, you won't get in, because there's residents' cars parked there as well. So it's just not suitable. On the other side, you've got Hope Lane. Now, Hope Lane, the pavements now are only a metre wide. And in the paper, yes, they're going to put in walkways in the woods. I'm not going to comment on the golf side of it, because it's not worth consideration. But they're going to walk down there. And they're going to come out, and children are going to be coming up from Portobello over a bridge, and at the bottom of that road, there's a sharp left-hand bend. And I walk up there once a week. I don't take my car to the bus, so I walk up. And if you stand at that corner, you've really got to look around the corner. And the cars coming along Stanley Street are travelling. Now, on this piece of paper here, they're saying they're going to drop the speed limits on the Milton Road to 20 miles an hour and on Hope Lane. Nothing about Stanley Street. So the traffic will still come flying along there. And there's no pedestrian crossing at that point. So it's the same at the diagonal at the other side at Park Avenue. There's no pedestrian crossing there. Because Park Avenue is at the present time, another rat run that people use. I presume they're going to have some sort of lollipop system. I'd hate to think that the mainstream was just going to come across the road there. But it means that if the cars can't travel down Park Avenue, they're going to either use the other 3 exits, which is going to bring problems to the whole community. And I just think the whole thing is fraught with problems. Something else I would like to bring to attention is cyclists. We're told there's 140 cycle spaces. Very good. You get exercise. But one of the cycle paths is a non-road cycle route on Park Avenue. Now, if they go down Park Avenue, one of the questions I would have is, if you go down Park Avenue, where do you expect these cyclists to go? Because these cyclists are going to be heading home, probably into the Northfield, Mountcastle areas, which are way to the west. But to get there, they'll have to cross Duddingston Park. And there's 2 little lanes called Park Lane and Durham Park Lane. These are untreated roads. They're not suitable for cycling. So if they can't go on the roads, they're going to go on the pavements, which of course is a hazard to the residents. But even to get over Duddingston Park's a fast road, so there'll have to be a toucan or something put in there, which again will stop the traffic flows going back and forward. The whole thing, I'm sorry to say, I think is a farce. I'm surprised that it's got to this stage, because it just really is. The A1, if you go further down the A1, between Berwick and Newcastle, it's got a terrible road accident record. You look up there, you look up on the signs, 142 people killed here in the last so many years. It's a national disgrace. And politicians, I'm afraid, have not corrected this one. But it's a national disgrace. I don't want any tombstones on the Milton Road. I don't want to see that happening. But should it happen, I know where we'll be pointing our fingers, because we're telling the people who want to put the school there what the dangers are. And I think there's a good chance here that if anything does happen, that there'll be the people who are affected, it could be pupils or it could be residents, they would quite like to sue for negligence, because you have been warned. This is what's going to happen. So, and that's what I would like to. I think that if you're going to do this, you've got to look ahead and say, well, if any fatalities do occur, and they could well do, you will be in a position where there's been brought to your attention the dangers of what we are facing on the Milton Road, and that's what I would like to conclude at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flockhart. Ms. Klein, have you got anything to add that hasn't already been covered on this category?
No, I haven't.
I just have 2 questions that have arisen from Mr. Flockhart's contribution.
Well, we'll get to questions in a minute. I'm just going to allow the promoter to come back to the comments made, and then we will go into the questions, so I will come back to you. Do you have any comments to make at this stage?
Yes, Convener, if I may. A lot of views haven't been mentioned. I would just like to mention that, because it was raised in evidence. I did explain at the last session that the new school has been designed to fit sympathetically with its surroundings, with a protected view just in case it does come up in questions. Across the park, Arthur's Seat will remain unobstructed, so I don't propose to repeat the detail of the Council's position on that here. I would, though, like to come to the issue of traffic and road safety and the scaremongering that you've just heard. In relation to traffic and road safety, I would emphasise once more that ensuring the safety of pupils and the wider local community is and always has been of paramount importance to everyone involved in this project. Transport and road safety issues, they were explored in great detail with groups 2 and 4 in the last oral evidence sessions. What we've heard from the objectors this morning, it does sound like a planning hearing, to be honest, but unfortunately included a significant repetition of the issues covered then. I'm not sure whether Mr Flockart has actually read the Transport Impact Assessment, which is the primary document to do with transport
No,
and road safety.
I'm here purely as somebody who... Sorry.
We will allow you to respond to that.
This is part of my introductory statement, but I would encourage him to do that, because it does go into a lot more detail about transport and road safety issues than the document that he's referred to. So I don't propose to repeat the detail of my previous evidence here. The present proposals have been considered by a range of people who do have expertise in traffic and transport matters, including ACOM, the professional traffic consultants appointed by the project, the Council's own Transportation Department and the Council's Development Management Subcommittee. I've considered this project now twice through the planning processes that this has gone through. None of them have identified significant risks in relation to the traffic or road safety implications of the new school, and appropriate mitigation measures have been proposed and will be put in place. They will be put in place for those risks that do exist. I'll cover the issue of road safety at lunchtime because it did come up at the last meeting, and Mr Flockart has raised it this morning. It was raised, and we said we checked the detailed position, which we did, and we covered that, convener, in our letter to you of 14th of April. As that letter explained, the transport assessment did include in a list of measures that may be appropriate for the site the provision of high-quality services within the school to actively encourage pupils and staff to stay on site at lunchtime. As explained in the last evidence session, the proposed new high school has been designed specifically to do just that. In other words, to retain as many pupils within the curtilage of the school and the wider site at lunchtime. In our letter of 14th of April, we identified the latest school meals update statistics, which showed an average for the 2012-13 school year of 15.8%, with Portobello being rather low at 9.2%. I thought it may be worth providing some further clarification in relation to those figures, as they do represent an average uptake across the week, and so actually understate the levels on a normal day, with the City of Edinburgh schools having a half day on a Friday. That tends to draw down the average compared with the normal uptake on a Monday to Thursday. Based on the 2013 school meal census, which is undertaken by all schools in Scotland on a day every year, and covers a normal weekday, it's not a Friday, the average uptake across all of the council's secondary schools was 21.9%, and the uptake at Portobello on that day was actually 14.9%. If I draw that comparison with the uptake in the council's newest secondary schools, those ones that were built as part of the PPP2 schools programme, they range between 24.6% and 40%, and would certainly expect a similar, if not better, position to arise in Portobello, where the new school to be built on the park. The transport assessment did not otherwise take account of pupil movements outside the school grounds at lunchtime. The assessment was focused on peak travel periods, i.e. at the beginning and end of the school day, and it is standard practice for transport assessments and complies with all relevant statutory and planning requirements in that regard. It may be worth reiterating what I said in response to earlier, that the need for a private bill is nothing out of the ordinary about this project. Many schools in the Edinburgh area, including the current Portobello High School, and other schools built more recently, are on or near busy roads. And whilst risks can of course arise as a result of that, appropriate measures are, as a matter of course, put in place to mitigate those risks. In a city such as Edinburgh, it is inevitable that schools will be built in such places. Such measures were proposed as part of the transport assessment to cover peak period travel, and some of these will also be relevant to lunchtime travel, such as the provision of a toucan crossing on Milton Road. Council's Transportation Department considered the proposals to construct the school in the park as part of the planning process twice, and did not identify any significant risks that would justify not proceeding with the project, or which the proposed mitigation measures would not deal with. Their review would have been cognisant of all potential issues in the vicinity of the project, and would have focused not only focused on peak period travel. They have specialist expertise and knowledge in these matters, and also have an understanding of any potential issues in the wider transport network in Edinburgh for which they are responsible. Irrespective of any further necessary mitigating measures relating to lunchtime travel, these will naturally be identified in the road safety audit that we have already said will be instructed after the main contractor has been appointed, and that will take account of anticipated travel patterns of pupils at lunchtime. The road safety audit process will project the movements of pupils throughout the course of the day and will ensure that any appropriate additional measures, over and above those already proposed, are put in place to mitigate any safety risks that may be anticipated as a result of lunchtime travel. Council's proposals are fully compliant with all relevant legislation and in keeping with standard practice. They've been through a planning process twice and have been accepted, and they will ensure that all necessary steps are taken to identify and appropriately mitigate potential risks in relation to traffic and road safety issues. I think, Convener, I'll stop at that.
Okay, thank you. I will come back to Ms Klein, but I'll go to Mr Flockhart first, because you were mentioned, obviously, in the statement there.
Well, what I would like to, the last time I was here, it was plainly obvious that you haven't carried out a road safety audit. It was plainly obvious that you were, because you did know about the figures that there had been 13 accidents and there was 2.5 times more chance of having an accident. So will you be issuing a statement to the parents and the media apologising for not taking out a road safety audit?
No, we will not. We never said and never have said that we would undertake a road safety audit.
But you should.
No, that's not necessary at this stage of the project,
so
as for the reasons that we explained at the last meeting.
But surely that is misleading. These parents think they're going to have their kids there on a school, on a site that's very safe. When in actual fact, there's 2.3 times more chance of getting an accident. Should they not be made party to that information?
To what information?
The information about there's been 13 road accidents on the Milton Road.
I'm not following the question. I'm not understanding the relevance of this question.
Well,
the traffic and road safety issues associated with the proposals were fully considered as part of the planning process twice.
Yeah, but you've not done a road safety audit.
No, and we never said we had. The appropriate.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying, Mr. McIntyre. You haven't done it.
No, we haven't done it because it's not required, and it's not normal practice to do a road safety audit at this stage of development in the project, as I said at the last meeting.
So when we get something goes wrong, it's a question of, oh dear, we should have done that.
No.
You're very good at platitudes and pushing things over. And this is another example of you should be upfront with the parents and I say and informing in the media as well what you're actually doing. But you're not. The dangers that lie in this site.
Mr Flockhart, you've suggested that it was necessary for me to inform the parents that we had not undertaken a road safety audit. I do not believe that that was necessary. We have followed all of the necessary processes to go through the planning process twice that are set down for us to comply with and make sure that any road safety and transport issues that may arise as a result of our proposals are appropriately mitigated. That's what we have done.
You've done
and the granting of the planning consent is evidence of that, twice.
Yeah, you've done them to what your objectives are. What I'm saying is something has arisen that you didn't know about.
No,
so it's only right that you should inform the parents.
We've done them not in our objectives. We've done them in full compliance with the requirements that are set out for us in seeking planning consent.
That you hitting the nail on the head in seeking planning consent. But surely you have a duty to inform parents. If I'm sending my children to this school and I think they're going to a school that's on a nice safe site, and I find out retrospectively that there was problems on that site, and then something happens and say, oh dear, we knew about this, but we didn't bother to tell you.
As I said at the last meeting, we will do a combined stage 1-2 road safety audit when the contractor is appointed, and any additional road safety mitigation measures that are necessary will be implemented. That's what I said at the last meeting.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry, but time will tell, as they say, Mr. McIntyre.
Time indeed will tell.
Ms Klein, have you got questions?
On that very issue, I can fully appreciate from what you're saying, if I've understood you correctly, that there's no legal obligation to carry out a road survey audit at the stage we're presently at. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So would you say that building a school to border the A1 would place Portobello High School in a relatively unusual, if not unique, category in terms of road safety?
No.
You wouldn't agree with that?
No.
Okay. So what happens in the event that the road survey audit reports that there are so many difficulties and that there are no suitable mitigating prospects? What then?
The Transportation Department did not require a road safety audit because they do not anticipate any circumstances of that nature arising.
But what if they do? That was my question.
But that's not expected, that's not anticipated.
You didn't anticipate the private bill taking this long to proceed through Parliament either, Mr McIntyre, so I'm asking you about the possibility.
Your comparator is irrelevant. I remind you, we have followed all of the necessary processes to demonstrate that our proposals for a new school in Portobello Park will be safe.
Who will carry out the road safety audit?
Sorry?
Who will carry that out?
The road safety audit will be undertaken by a suitably qualified and professional road safety auditor that will be appointed by the contractor if we get to the point of appointing a contractor. That will be for the contractor to determine. Okay. But they will be appropriately qualified.
Okay. So I'm really just wanting to clarify that you're not prepared to answer my question in the event of the worst case scenario about road safety.
I don't know that you asked the question of that nature, Ms Klein.
I said to you, what if the road survey, the road safety audit returns to say there are so many issues here and no suitable prospect of mitigation that we do not consider that this is a safe site? That was my question.
It won't. The Transportation Department has already assessed if there are any significant risks or issues.
Okay. That's a very reassuring guarantee from you, Mr McIntyre.
It's not a guarantee from me, it's a guarantee from the Council's Transportation Department, whose role it is to overview these projects. Okay. And I really, truly do not mean to be flippant, but they are infallible, are they? I'm not going to be drawing my question, it's conjecture.
It's okay. I don't think that's necessary. If you carry on with your questions,
yes,
please.
In terms of children leaving the school curtilage, as you call it, at lunchtime, why would you expect a better uptake of school dinners at Portobello High School versus the PPP2 schools?
The approach that we're taking to school meals and the provision of dining facilities within Portobello is quite different from PPP2. It's a more dispersed dining, and it's been designed in consultation with pupils to make sure that we can respond to what pupils are telling us. So it will be different. So there was no consultation with pupils in the PPP2 schools? It's not what I said. I said that we're designing the school catering facilities to respond to what children want now, and people's eating habits and the way they eat at lunchtime is quite different now to how they were 10 years ago. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr Flockhart.
Can I ask Mr Alexander, you're the contractor, am I correct?
I'm the architect.
The architect, oh, sorry, the architect, sorry. No, so I'll refer the question to Mr McIntyre. Is it normal for the contractor to carry out the road safety audit?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's interesting, because I mentioned it to two of my friends in the construction trades who are professionals, and they actually burst out laughing. They said, what the hell has it got to do with the contractor?
Are they here this morning that we can cross-examine?
No, they're not here, but they found it amusing that the contractor should be the person doing the road safety audit. Okay,
the contractor will appoint the road safety auditor, and that's entirely normal practice.
Also, the contractor appoints them, right? That's fair enough. The last time you said it was the contractor that it seemed to be, you got the impression that it was the contractor that was going to be doing this.
I've never said that.
Right. Okay, right. That's fine. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Fiona McLeod.
Can I ask Mr McIntyre, just for clarification, in the papers we've got here, August 2013, ACOM did a transport assessment, very long and detailed.
Yes.
How does that feed into a road safety audit? Because this is very detailed.
I'll pass that over to my colleague.
The transport assessment is a document that has to be produced as part of the planning process to support the planning application. So what happens then is that the scope and the nature of the site, the context of the site is analysed, junctions are looked at, access is looked at, our parking provision on site is looked at, and suggestions are made through that process. And for instance, we have a Toucan crossing going across Milton Road, and that came out of that process. If you move on to the road safety audit, which will happen during the contractor's appointment by a professional company, you get into more detail then. So there's more detail about maybe looking at particular things, and that is reported back on at that stage. And any mitigation, as Billy was saying, would be endorsed into the scheme at that stage as well.
Thank you.
Is it appropriate to ask for clarification about whether there are any conditions attached to the planning permission in relation to road safety issues?
There are.
Yeah. Which means there's an obligation to carry things
Yes.
out. Yeah.
Yep. Informative 2, I'll not read it out, but it does refer to prior to the occupation of the school, the applicant is to arrange for the design, construction works and necessary traffic orders in respect of a variety of things.
Okay, I'll follow that up. Thank you.
Alison,
That's fine.
James?
Just very briefly to touch on what Fiona was talking about. You talked earlier on about the road safety assessment being based, the road safety audit. You're very confident that there would be no need for any major works or whatever. Would that be based on this transport assessment?
That's based on the transport impact assessment that's been done, but also by the Transportation Department's assessment of the proposals. If the Transportation Department felt that there were any significant risks or issues that needed to be further considered, then that would have been identified and would have been necessary prior to granting planning consent.
Do you have questions to the objectors? Okay. Any final comments from the objectors in category 2?
I'd just like to ask if the council are in any way concerned that they're going to, if this goes through, they're going to hemorrhage the whole traffic coming in from the east and the south, because that's what's going to happen. It's going to hemorrhage the whole system, and I think that it's going to be a sad day. Another thing is that they're going to extend the bus lanes from 3 o'clock. Which I can understand why you want to do it, but to say there's going to be less traffic, there won't be. There's going to be when the traffic travelling from west to east from the Milton crossroads, the cars are in 2 lanes. They only go about 25-30 yards. Then they suddenly realise there's a sign saying it's going to be a bus lane. Now, if that's going to happen at 3 o'clock, you're going to have more people swerving across the road to get into the right lane, and there's going to be far more traffic on the outside lanes. But I think the main thing I'd be concerned about is that it's going to it could possibly in the future bring traffic in the mornings to a complete standstill. And the other thing you've got to watch is coming out, you've got drop-off points in Park Avenue. Now, the Park Avenue drop-off points for vehicles are on the left side of the road, so presumably you're wanting them to come up the way. Now, if they come up the way, how are they going to get out? They're certainly not going to get out turning right, that's for a certainty. So what they're going to do is they're going to have to go left into the bus lane going towards the east. But their only way back to where they've come, most of them, will be to go down Hope Lane. So you're going to have further traffic going down Hope Lane, which again, will emphasise the rat running at that point. So I think the whole thing is going to be very, very interesting. And I think we won't get repercussions because by that time you'll have moved on to something else, so it won't matter. But the thing is,
I don't think those are fair comments, and I said final comments to that. So
well, it's going to hemorrhage the whole the traffic going into Edinburgh in the mornings. That's what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. You can very briefly though. As I said, it's supposed to be final comments, but I understand that there was issues.
Just in terms of the suggestion of this hemorrhaging the transport system, one of the responsibilities of the Council Transportation Department is not just to assess the safety of any given proposals, but also to assess its impact on the wider transport infrastructure for which the Council is responsible. And in granting planning consent for that for the proposals twice, they have fully taken any impact into consideration. I'd also like to point out to Mr Flockhart, there are no designated drop-off points. The Council does not have a drop-off policy and actively encourages parents not to drop off their children by car at school.
Okay, Mr Flockhart, it is during the final
Okay,
comments,
well,
but if you want to respond very briefly to it.
It says yellow. It's painted in yellow in that document. Never mind. Can I?
No, if you want to respond
No,
to
I'm
it
finished.
briefly.
I'll just finish. But all I say is just look at your document you've issued, and it's got in yellow at the top of Park Avenue. Drop it. There's yellow areas, and it says drop-off points.
Good. Okay. If we can move on to category 3 then, which covers issues previously considered at the preliminary stage. Again, I would ask witnesses to only raise issues which were not addressed at that stage, or on which there is new evidence, or which has not been covered in the earlier oral sessions. Group 3 previously indicated that it would address issues only in categories 1 and 2. However, I understand that there is now a matter in relation to the first issue in category 3, which they wish to raise. I invite Group 3 to speak on issue 1, the role of the Parliament legislating subsequent to a Court of Session decision. Mr.
Yes, could I just say that Jean Douglas would like to raise a question of the committee regarding the role of Parliament in the private bill process.
You can ask the question, however, at this stage it isn't for the committee. That's set out in our report at the first stage and clearly will be addressed, but the questions are to the promoter at this stage, not for the committee to answer. We've already addressed that.
It's not a question, really, it was just a statement.
Okay, you know, perfectly happy to have
Right.
a statement, yeah,
Right.
no problem at all.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I will be brief.
Oh no, that's okay.
We're concerned that not all the MSPs are fully engaged in the detail of the bill, and they're simply following the party line in supporting it. What we would like to understand is the relationship between the Council and the MSPs and the impact of this relationship on the process of progressing private bill. I'm referring to the transcript from the meeting on March the 26th, when one of the witnesses referred to an MSP indicating that he had been whipped to vote in a particular way. And Mr Dornan was very clear that he did not believe this to be the case. I have a letter written to me by an MSP whom I contacted, who lives out with Edinburgh and the Lothian, and I'd asked him how he was voting. I'd like to read an extract from this letter. Dear Mrs Douglas, thank you for your email of the 22nd of August regarding Portobello High School. In response to the points you raised, no, it is not a free vote. We will be voting in accordance with the MSP who has most interest in this bill or whose policy brief it falls into. I will therefore be guided by my Conservative colleagues in the Lothians. In a further telephone conversation I was told that all 4 main parties were supporting the bill and that, regrettably, I would be disappointed in the outcome. I contacted all MSPs, and although not all replied, many who did gave the same message. So I would quote just 3 brief ones. One response states, "Acknowledged with thanks, I will seek the advice of colleagues who are better acquainted with this issue before I vote." Another advises, "Thank you for your email. As I am not a local MSP on this issue, I will be guided by colleagues as to how to vote. Thanks for being in touch." And the last one, "I, alongside my Scottish Labour colleagues, strongly support the general principles of the bill. I believe the children of Portobello deserve a new school." So looks at both the Conservative and Labour parties clearly voted along party lines. Also, our local SNP and senior MSP, Kenny McCaskill, who is of course an individual with considerable influence and very pro-building on the park, told us that he had contacted his party colleagues to ensure that they were aware of his interest. Now, from the information which I've just given, we believe that strong pressure from local politicians is influencing the vote of MSPs. We believe that given the support from Edinburgh councillors for the proposal, that they may be positioned to influence the views and therefore the voting of the MSPs. And this is to some extent borne out by the low engagement of MSPs in the detail of the bill. At the preliminary stage debate, there were remarkably few MSPs in the chamber, although more did come in time for the vote. They cannot therefore have heard the arguments, so presumably they came to the position on how to vote by some alternative means. And that was all I wanted to say.
Okay, no, I'm perfectly happy that you put that on record. Just for a point of advice, obviously I can't speak in every party, and we're here not representing a party, and I think that was the point that we're trying to make, that we're not whipped in committee. Absolutely not.
No, not
in the issue of people being in a chamber, just as a point of reference, you can actually listen to the chamber debates when you're not in the chamber, and so we have the opportunity to do so. Not a lot of people know that, but that's certainly a point of record. What I'll do is, if you don't mind, ask the clerks to give you the contact details of every party's business manager, because it will be them that set out how the party was voting on that particular day, be it a whipped, because some parties were whipped but other parties were not. And it's not often that I speak up for Mr Dornan and his party, but I believe the SNP group weren't whipped on that day, and that was the point he was referring to. But what I'll do is I will make sure, because it's not an issue for the committee at all to deal with, but you get the details for every business manager so you can make approaches to them, and they can answer the specific questions, and we'll make them aware of the statement that you made this morning as well, and give that information. Hopefully you get an answer from them on that point. Okay, is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, on the other issues on the group, do Group 3 wish to say anything on the other issues on this category?
Group 3, no.
Well, that was all.
Group 3 don't, but Group 6 does, I believe.
Yes, no, they do. I'm just asking yourself. I will go to Miss Klein, but I'm just asking yourself if you've got anything. Okay, Miss Klein, if you want to take each issue in turn, on all of the categories, if you wish to address every issue or just parts of it, it's entirely up to yourself.
Well, I wanted to address the issue of the consultation process.
More than happy to.
Yes, thank you. I think as I did previously, I'm asking questions and expecting some responses. I think my first response is probably best directed at Mr Strachan, and as a sort of scene setter. Is it fair to say that I and other residents of Edinburgh own Portobello Park?
If you give 2 seconds. Obviously, if you're not having a statement, I need to give the promoter a chance to make a statement on those issues. So I've just have you got a statement on that? I will give you time to question, absolutely.
Well, I mean, basically, my statement is very short and brief. I apologise. The nerves get the better of you, obviously, when you're in an alien environment.
Yeah, not at all.
I suppose my principal concerns regarding the consultation process will be outlined in the questions that I put to the table ahead of me. But a number of issues relate to misinformation in the public domain, pressure being put to bear on people without full information, and the Council's conduct, in my view, as I hope to show with the questions that I put today, I think the Council's conduct has been below par, if I can put it in a neutral way, rather than how I really feel about it, which has angered me greatly as a citizen and someone who believes that we should be able to engage with our local democracy and our national democracy in a way that satisfies us that we've had an opportunity to get the truth. And I don't feel that the way the consultation process was conducted and the way some of the officials of the Council behaved throughout the consultation period, and indeed before and after it, was what we should be able to expect as citizens. But my questions should put some flesh on the bones of that, Madam Convener.
Okay, thank you. Do you have
a brief statement, Convener, if I may? I have little to add to what has already been said on these issues, both at preliminary stage and in previous written and oral evidence provided to the committee during consideration stage, but there are some specific points that have been raised by the current witnesses in written evidence, but also in previous introductory statements that I would like to address. In relation to the precedent point, in his introductory statement, Mr Kilcare asserted that the bill would result in the laws of Scotland being changed or amended. I'd like to stress that the bill would not result in a change in the general law. As the committee will be well aware, the general law prevents local authorities from appropriating any liberal common good land from one statutory function to another. The bill would not address that wider legal issue, but would simply give the council a very narrowly defined power that would not have under the general law. That's the very essence of a private bill. If the bill sought to change the laws of Scotland more generally, it would be incompetent as a private bill. Otherwise, I have nothing further to add on the precedent issue. I believe it's been fully considered already, including by the committee, at paragraphs 66 to 69 of the preliminary stage report. Mr Kilcare also suggested in his introductory statements that questions in street surveys carried out during the consultation process asked residents if they were for or against the new school. That was certainly not a question that the council asked as part of the consultation. The committee has seen the information leaflet that was circulated to inform the local community of the reasons for pursuing the private bill, which provided information on the alternative sites for the new school if the bill was not pursued. Ms Klein asserts that it was inappropriate for the council to have allowed children to participate in the consultation process. This was not an election, nor was it a referendum vote, so no age restrictions were applied in determining who could participate in the consultation. This is common practice in most consultations undertaken by the council, including formal processes such as planning applications and also statutory education consultations. In respect of the latter, it should be noted that children have a statutory right to be consulted. The council's proposals for a private bill to allow the new Portobello High School to be sited in Portobello Park is directly relevant to children and young people in the council area, in particular the local area, who are within the education system and or have an interest in leisure activity. The council believes that every child has the right to contribute to decisions which affect them, and that an age restriction might have excluded valid views from a section of the community who would be directly affected by the proposals. Parents were, of course, free to decide whether they wanted to allow their children to exercise their right to respond to the consultation. In any event, there is no merit in the suggestion that the participation of children skewed the consultation results in favour of the bill. As noted in our written submission in respect of Groups 3 and 6, analysis of the consultation results against the electoral register suggests that the percentages supporting and opposing the proposals would have been broadly similar, even if the results had been limited to only those on the register, which would of course have excluded children amongst others.
Thank you. Ms Klein, do you have your questions?
Yes, thank you. Mr Strachan, as previously stated, do you recall my question or should I repeat it?
Yes, you asked if in essence the park was owned by the people of Edinburgh.
Yes.
No, common good land is owned outright by a local authority, but the manner in which it is held is subject and administered is subject to certain legal qualifications, both statute and the common law. And of particular relevance, I think, to this matter is that the obligation under Section 15.4 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1994 that Edinburgh, in the administration of its common good, must have regard to the interest of all the inhabitants of the unitary authorities area. I'd be quite happy to go into further detail on some of the aspects of common good law if that, the committee would find that helpful.
Thank you. That's very clear. I wonder if someone could clarify for me whether the present site of the school on Duddingston Road was once the council's #1 option for the new high school.
I'm #1
option.
I wouldn't be able to answer that definitively. Certainly not since the consultation that was undertaken in 2006.
Is Mr Strachan able to answer that question?
I'm afraid I'm not, no.
You don't know whether the current site was once the top priority, the top location for the new build for the new school? You don't know the answer to that question?
No, I'm afraid I do not.
No. Okay. both Mr Strachan and Mr McIntyre are the recipients for this question. Do you recall attending a Community Council meeting in December 2012 at Northfield Willowbrae?
I do.
And would I be right in saying that was just at the start of the consultation process?
Yes, it was.
Did you attend many meetings during the period of the consultation process?
I personally attended, I think, 3 Community Council meetings and 2 public meetings.
And Mr Strachan?
2 public meetings, 2 Community Council meetings.
Would either of you have any idea how many people in total attended these meetings?
Community Council meetings were not particularly well attended. I think the maximum number that attended a Community Council meeting, in my experience, was maybe 30. The public meetings were very well attended. I think the one at Meadowbank, from memory, was 300 and the other one was 350. So they were very well attended.
Thank you.
There was an estimate of the number, I believe, included at the précis to the minutes of the meeting.
Yes. One of the documents I have lodged is an email exchange between you and me, Mr McIntyre. If I could refer you to the final page of that email, which is signed by you, and just above that it says, "I trust that that is helpful." Do you have that before you?
Yes, I do.
The paragraph just preceding that I'm going to be referring to, but you'll no doubt be aware that it relates to your introduction to the Community Council at Northfield Willowbrae, which is my local Community Council, which incidentally was attended by an unheard number of local residents. I'm a regular attender at meetings, and it was the most well-attended meeting I have ever been to. But I remember your opening submission when you stated to the gathered participants that it had never been the Council's intention to build on the park and the golf course. Do you recall saying that at that meeting?
Ms Klein, I cannot recollect exactly what I said in a meeting that was more than a year and a half ago.
Well,
forgive me, but I'm be surprised if you expected me to recollect exactly what I said in a meeting that was that long ago.
Well,
what's your question?
My question is that I certainly remember, because when you made that opening statement, I was quite surprised, because initially the proposal had been to build social housing, a new St John's and Portobello High School on the entire site of the park and the golf course. When I questioned you about that, do you recall saying to me, "I did not work for the council at that time, so I do not know that
Ms
to
Klein,
be true"?
I provided clarification in the email that I sent to you on the evening of that meeting, which you seemed to accept. I don't think you came back and identified any issues with my response to me at the response to you at the time. What's your question?
Well, I just asked you my question. Do you recall me saying to you that was the case, and your answer being, "I don't know that to be the case because I didn't work for the council at that time"?
I cannot recollect a conversation so far
sorry,
back.
Mr McIntyre. What is the purpose of the questioning?
Well, the purpose of the question is that an official from the council came to a community council meeting, which was well attended, and advised the people there who were going to possibly participate in the consultation process that it had never been the view of the council that the whole site of Portobello Park and Portobello Golf Course would be used. It was incorrect information that could have skewed the result of the vote, and Mr McIntyre's response was, "I don't know that because I didn't work for the council at the time." So there have been other instances of misinformation being provided, both before, during and after the consultation period, which I fear has provided people with information that may have given them a wrong view of the whole issue. and that is of great concern to me. So Mr McIntyre's response to me in that final paragraph said that it was a decision to approve option C, Portobello Park as the preferred location, subject to assurances that no housing would be built on the remaining green space of Portobello Park / golf course. That was the context for my response to your question, as the position was and has remained the case since 2006. Now, the information provided on that evening was incorrect. The opening statement was incorrect. I wonder, perhaps for clarification, Mr Strachan was present at that meeting. Do you recall the sequence of events as they've been narrated?
To be honest, Ms Klein, I can't. But as regards this point, and I understand that Mr McIntyre did follow it up afterwards, when the Council first approved the park as a site of the new school in December 2006, this was subject to assurances no housing would be built on the remaining green space of the park golf course, as we previously highlighted in the first oral evidence session. Subsequent reports to the Council, December 2008, March 2010, reaffirmed the funding strategy for the new school did indeed not rely on any housing being developed. The project we are dealing with is ever since that December 2006 decision of the Council that there was no housing proposed. So there was no information.
My difficulty here is that certain assurances have been provided over many years by City of Edinburgh Council, and these assurances have been revised, amended, reversed, and it's simply not good enough for someone like me to be able to come along to a public meeting and hear an official of the council say it has never been the council's position that the golf course would be built on. That was wrong information. Now, I can appreciate that Mr McIntyre may well not have worked for the council at the time when the proposal to build on the golf course was made, but I understand that Mr Strachan did. Mr Strachan was present when Mr McIntyre made his opening submission, his opening statement to my community council, but did not correct that. So the council's conduct in that respect is the subject of my concern. But I can move on.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand the point you're trying to make, but obviously, we're looking at this bill, and so it's as much as it's a debating point. Absolutely,
this bill is directly linked to the consultation document, Madam Convener, as I'm sure that the entire bill committee can appreciate. The consultation, yep, absolutely, but a statement that was made at a meeting we can't look at. So if we go forward, I understand the point you're making, but if we can go forward now, that would be good. Thank you. Yes, thank you. If I can comment about another public meeting at which you attended, and you've alluded to it earlier, the meeting at Meadowbank. I asked you on that occasion what the out-of-catchment figures for Portobello High School were, and you stated that they were around 160. In fact, I see here, I said 340 earlier, but I see here that you responded to me later on when I questioned that figure with you by email, that the figures were in fact 321, which represents a figure of more than double what you advised a very, very well-attended public meeting during the consultation period. Do you think that when people are looking at a school that needs, in the Council's view, to be adequate for 1,400 children, do you think when they hear that almost a quarter of the school is out of catchment, they can really be satisfied that a school of that size is necessary?
I would suggest that it's utterly irrelevant to the purpose of the bill, which is to change the use of Portobello Park to being the location for a new secondary school.
I appreciate that's your view, but I'm a member of the public and it's not mine.
If you can let me finish. I made an innocent mistake. You will appreciate, hopefully, and you did in your email response back to me, but you choose to be adopting a slightly more aggressive approach now than you had before. I made an innocent mistake in quoting a figure This is a very, very complex project that's been ongoing for a very, very long period of time. I quoted an incorrect figure in that evening. That was corrected by email subsequently to you, and it was corrected in the minutes of the public meeting that was reported to Council. But actually, the figure that I quoted, I see no relevance of the misquote, which wasn't misinformation. It was a genuine mistake on my part, which I have admitted. But I see no relevance of that to the decision about whether somebody would or would not support the building of a new school on Portobello Park. Your question relates to the size of the school, which, as I've said in evidence earlier, was decided by the Education, Children and Families Committee back in March 2009.
Well, I'm sure you'll understand that the very foundation of democracy is that you can have a view which you've expressed and I have an entirely different view. I think that if members of the public, many of whom don't turn up to public meetings as a matter of course, it happens to be one of my hobbies, but at the end of the day, I think that people genuinely expect that figures provided by council officials will be correct. Mr Strachan was present at the Meadowbank meeting. Were you aware that the figure provided by Mr McIntyre was incorrect?
No, I was not, no.
No, okay. Can I ask, was the head teacher present at that meeting? Portobello High School's head teacher, was she at Meadowbank that evening?
I honestly cannot recollect.
Do you recollect that, Mr Strachan, that she might have been able to interject and provide the correct figure?
With all due respect, Ms Klein, even...
Ms Klein, you have to help the committee here. We don't understand why you're asking that question. So, could you give me more information as to why that question's being asked? I mean, well, talking about the consultation process, I accept those things. We're looking at new evidence, yes, and not things that have been said before.
I'm sorry if I'm not making myself terribly clear. The point I'm trying to get across is officials from the council, and there were staff and teachers present at the Meadowbank meeting. I don't know what the head teacher looks like, but nobody saw fit to say, oh, by the way, that figure's incorrect, to correct so that people had adequate, correct information upon which to base the decision that they may have made in terms of the consultation process. But those are points that you've raised in emails already and that we have copies of. So I'm asking, what is the purpose of the questioning in the committee this morning? Given that it's on record and we already have that information. Right, well, I apologise then. I'm perhaps not fully appreciating how the committee system works. I wonder, at the Northfield Willowbrae Community Council meeting, do you recall me raising some concerns about the wording of the consultation questions?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't.
Okay. So, would you recall then that I said we've just had a big public debate about the question of the Scottish independence referendum, and a lot of media attention had been given to the way the question was worded and concerns that had been worded in a way to elicit a particular response?
As I said, Ms Klein, I have no recollection. You don't recall that?
Okay. Seems I have a good memory. Okay. Quite a lot of my questions were linked to that, so if you would bear with me while I check the rest of them. I wonder if I could ask, if this bill fails and the decision is that Portobello Park should not be the site of the new school, where will the new school be built?
On the existing site. Okay. Assuming that the necessary statutory consultation process, which would be required to replace or to re-provide St John's RC Primary School elsewhere, proceeds. And I notice in Gillian T's letter, which I've also lodged, her letter of the 25th of October, paragraph 2 of that letter on page 1, at the end of paragraph 2, it's saying that Portobello Park is obviously the best site. However, it's important that we have a backup plan. Given that the fallback option is the existing site, what steps have been taken to start putting anything in train for a backup plan? Nothing at this point.
Nothing.
because to do so would be wasteful of public funds.
I see. So, if I can just clarify, would that include there have been no preliminary consultations with architects or associated professionals
About?
About the site of the present school?
We undertook some preliminary consideration to inform the exercise that you alluded to, but beyond that there's been no detailed consideration.
Okay, so just preliminary consideration. Okay. You'll be aware that part of the focus of the consultation was, you know, we've got this site, it's supposed to have been land in perpetuity for the purpose of leisure use. Does the City Council get many bequests of land?
I have no idea.
Does Mr Strachan perhaps know that?
I'm not aware of any.
You're not aware of that? Okay, thank you. I've also lodged a couple of items that were sent out in school bag drops. One is what I have called item 2. It's from PFANs. Does everyone have that in front of them? I think this was issued. It certainly came home in my daughter's school bag, and part of my reason for lodging this is to provide a bit of background information as to how this whole debate, particularly during the consultation process, was handled, and information that's been provided that makes people think that things are cut and dried, really. What it says, the final paragraph under "so please," the first bullet point at the end said, you don't have to say anything, but your presence will send a clear message that this school must go ahead. Can I ask what the Council policy is about bag drop items, whether there's any checks on suitability for items to go out in pupils' bags?
I can't comment on that on a wider basis, but I can comment on the policy that was applied during the private bill consultation process, if that would be of assistance. This obviously predated that.
It did predate
I assume it predates. It's undated, but it obviously predated that.
Well, there's a date saying come along on the 26th of April, so that was the 26th of April of 2013, Mr McIntyre. So it does predate the council.
The document is undated.
Yes, yes.
But it predated the private bill consultation process.
It did, yes. So the...
Sorry, just so I can seek clarification, on the item 2, which I do have in front of me, but that was put out by a group, it wasn't the council putting this out?
It wasn't the council, but it went out via bag drop from the council cluster schools.
Just for a point of clarification, by the council?
No.
Okay.
This
item, just so we're aware, this item 2 that we're discussing at the minute, the council had nothing to do with this?
This is not a document that was produced by the council.
Yes, but did they have anything to do with the bag droppers?
The school will, I believe, schools will, I believe, facilitate handing out bits and pieces to children to allow them to take home in their school bags.
But they weren't instructed by the council.
As regards this particular one, I'm not sure what would have happened at the time. What I can do, Convener, if it would be of assistance, is detail what protocols were in place for schools regarding such documentation during the bill consultation process.
That would be helpful. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm coming to that because you have clarified that to me, but I will come to that. So this was an invitation to attend Portobello Community Council meeting. I'm not in that catchment area, but the comment that I read out, you don't have to say anything, but your mere presence will send a message. My presence wouldn't have sent the message that PFANs wanted to convey. So this whole debate has been prefaced by this kind of message that you're all on our side. There isn't anybody other than, at the start, it says, a small but very determined group of people who call themselves PPAG. And it's highlighted to stop the new school being built and then out of highlight on Portobello Park. It's all designed to create a feeling that...
Now, just to stop, can we adjourn for 5 minutes? Sorry, I've got a member who desperately has to...
Yes.
If we can adjourn for 5 minutes, please. Okay. Thank you. We'll just recommend my apologies for stopping Ms Klein as you were speaking. So we'll go back to the comments you were making.
Yes, I think it's clear that the point I'm trying to make is not being conveyed suitably. In which case, I'm happy to move on to another item. Mr McIntyre helpfully provided me with information to say that during the consultation period there was assistance provided for bag drop material going out from the cluster schools, and on that basis I'd like to refer to what I've called my item 7A and 7B. And I understand that item 7A, which caused some difficulty at my daughter's parent council because of its wording. I wonder if someone from the council could confirm that would have been an item that was approved because it referred to the consultation or it referred to an issue that was under consultation. And I understand that your officer, David Wright, was the person who was responsible for checking the content of these documents during the consultation period.
That's not actually the case, and that's not what my email says. If I can quote, I believe the committee has a copy of the email that I furnished a copy of to Ms Klein in advance of this meeting. That was on 4th of December. I felt it was important that the head teachers of all the schools in the primary high school and high school cluster were made aware of what the rules of engagement were relating to consideration or otherwise of matters relating to the consultation during the consultation period. In summary, and I'll quote from my email, whilst there was logic in the schools having an active engagement with children on the questions, but we determined that it would not be appropriate in the circumstances. So, for this reason, and this is I quote, any discussion and or debate is considered to be best left to the parents of the children who attend your schools, and you should not seek to engage in a direct discussion and or debate on this matter with children during their time at school. However, the Council does want to have as many responses to the consultation process as possible. Therefore, this is something which you should proactively encourage at any available opportunity for both children and their parents. But this should be done in a way which does not suggest or imply any response being favoured, i.e. it should be entirely neutral. The same principle should apply to any requests from parent councils or other groups regarding the use of pupil post, school text and or email facilities or putting up posters in the schools. Where this simply draws attention to the consultation process, that is acceptable. However, any such communication should be entirely neutral and not suggest or imply any particular response. I hope this is helpful. However, should you wish any clarification on this matter, please contact David Wright, Senior Education Manager Schools. Now, David Wright, who's subsequently left the authority, was not asked, and local head teachers were not asked to run everything past David Wright. They were given a clear understanding of what the protocols were, and it was for them to follow those protocols unless there were any areas where they felt they needed guidance. And it's in the latter circumstances that they would have referred matters to Mr Wright.
I see. My understanding is that item 7A was run by Mr Wright, but on behalf of Parsons Green Parent Council. My concern regarding this document, which in effect went out to the parents of round about 600 or 700 children across the two schools. Paragraph 2 in the middle of it said, urging people to come along to the meeting, it is your best chance to hear from the council and those that support and oppose the school. Now, I'm a regular attender at my daughter's parent council. This leaflet was approved in the playground, not at a meeting. I am in a minority, in my view, on the parent council, but I, on that basis, was not asked contribute to this, and I would have instantly said nobody opposes the school, which was why item 7B went out later that week. But my clear understanding was that Mr Wright, on behalf of the council, approved the wording of this. It was in the height of the consultation period, and to provide a view that appears to be an official view that people oppose the school. I highly, highly take exception to anyone thinking I oppose the school. I oppose Portobello Park being the site of the school. And the whole debate has been conducted in this manner. And my concern is that the public authority of Edinburgh City Council has not conducted itself with integrity in this matter, and that has created an atmosphere whereby a consultation process and, in effect, a vote by any other name was undertaken under very, very questionable circumstances. I also would refer to the document item 5, which was a double-sided document, and whilst I would freely concede that this document went out to schools prior to the consultation period, I would particularly refer to the small section under the left-hand column, which says at the bottom, this leaflet is distributed on behalf of Portobello High School Parent Council and authorised by your own school council. Now, that was not the case. My daughter's parent council did not authorise that document. So a whole dishonest debate has been undertaken and played out, whereby I've had people coming to me and saying, oh, I've already voted. I voted at Morrison's this morning because you need a new school. The person said, do you want to vote for a new school? And that's the sort of level of debate that we've had here. So,
I mean, I think those points should be put on record, but I don't believe that those are questions to the council. So,
well,
so it was still,
I mean, the one question in there really related to the approval of a bag drop during the consultation period, that the council, as I understand it, from Mr Wright, approved the wording of a document saying, come along to Meadowbank to find out who opposes the school. It's caused a heightened anxiety in the community. There's been a lot of unpleasantness, and if the council cannot be relied upon to correct those sorts of misconceptions, I'm afraid we've reached a very low point.
Okay, do you get any comments?
To respond, Convener, firstly, it's the document was issued on behalf of the Royal High Primary School Parent Council, so was in no way affiliated with the council at all. And I note that I believe the final page of your evidence is that a correction notice that relates to the previous document. Am I right in understanding that?
I'm not sure what. Yes, a correction notice.
So that correction notice was issued.
Yes, at my instigation.
Okay, but a correction notice was issued to those that would have received the original document that you.
Yes, but the same initial document was sent out to the parents of the Parsons Green Primary with no correction issued. And my understanding, and I'm only stating it as an understanding, but I am as certain as I can be, that the document that went out prior to our school document at Parsons Green was approved, the wording by Mr Wright.
All I would say is that all of the literature that the council issued made it very clear that what the purpose of the bill was and in what we were seeking the views from the community were.
Get any further questions on those categories, either from Ms Klein or for the rest of?
If I could just make one final question. I wonder if anyone from the council can confirm whether the City of Edinburgh Council has funded or provided any administrative support of any kind to PFANs?
No.
Thank you.
Let's get any further questions, Mr Flockhart.
Just to put, if I said earlier about drop-offs, on page 22, I actually got my terminology wrong. It's restricted parking times. Sorry?
To prevent drop-offs. Restricted
Well,
parking,
restricted parking
to
times.
prevent
Yeah,
drop-offs.
yeah. But it doesn't say to prevent, it just says restricted.
That's the purpose of
parking
restricted parking,
Anyway,
is to prevent
the other
drop-offs.
question, one question that's always baffled me on this whole exercise is that when Holyrood School was left empty for months, you know, why did we not consider building at that point in time the new school on the existing, decanting? Because the Holyrood School lay empty for months and months, and you could have decanted Portobello people up there quite easily. If you had an overflow, you could have used Castlebrae, which is also quite empty. And it's always baffled me that why this didn't happen.
Going somewhere that we covered earlier, that predates me joining the authority in the middle of 2008, but I would have thought that it would have been an absence of funding. The projects that there were 6 secondary schools that were replaced under the PPP2 programme. The 3 secondary schools that found their way into what's called the Wave 3 programme, the new Portobello, Boroughmuir and James Gillespie's secondary schools, funding wasn't identified for the first of those, which was Portobello, until early 2009. So I would surmise it was an issue of funding.
Well, I find it quite sad. Sad is probably the best word. That there's actually no common sense being used at the local government. I mean, we're spending money on all sorts of issues, and quite frankly, the common sense one here was to do that. I mean, I play golf at Durrington, so I passed the school, this empty school, for months and months and months, and it would have been so simple to have done it. And now we're in this mess because it hasn't been done, and I just think it's very, very sad that the council did not act in a sensible manner.
Okay, those comments are on record. I don't think
right.
we need anyone to respond to them. Do you have any questions to the objectors on this? Okay, we'll now move to the final comments from objectors and our closing remarks. If I invite Mr Colcare to make any brief comments for Group 3, please.
Thank you, Madam Convener. I will make them brief, given that there's a lot to get through this morning. It seems to me that many of the arguments put forward by the promoter of the bill are disingenuous and complacent at times. For example, they say that the net loss of parkland will be 0.48 hectares. But to arrive at this figure, they designate the all-weather pitches as no loss of open space, and they count paths, cycle paths and woodland as parkland in order to arrive at the net loss figure. In actual fact, 5.4 hectares of the existing parkland will disappear to be so-called compensated by 2.16 on the current Portobello St John's site. Another example is that they say that the all-weather pitches will be available 7 days a week without having decided the questions of security and staffing which would allow such use. No other school in Edinburgh operates a system like this at the moment. In the discussion we had earlier over traffic, they seem to think that that's not a real issue, that they have planning permission, everything's been looked at, and such matters, such problems as may arise will be dealt with subsequently to the start of building the school. This seems to me to defy common sense. I mean, I would have thought that the safety audit, which the council agrees needs to be taken, but the timing seems to be completely wrong. To me, that you would have to carry out the safety audit before you decide whether this was a proper and fit place and safe place to build a school. The council has tried to mollify opposition based on the existing legal judgment by stating that, quote, the Court of Session did not decide on the merits of the council's proposals for Portobello Park. Well, maybe so. But it did decide that there was no compelling reason to change the law which prevents the council from building on the park. If the private bill succeeds, it will change the law, and therefore, in my opinion, similarly compelling reasons need to be given for doing so. You mentioned earlier, Madam Convener, that the committee is not concerned with planning matters, and you've said this on a number of occasions, but that your main concern, obviously, is with the private bill. Yet, should the committee endorse the bill, it will effectively be giving permission to build a school on the park. This is why, in coming to its conclusion, again, in my view, the committee needs to consider such matters as road safety and the welfare of the students who may attend such a school. The proposers of the bill maintain that their planning permission implies that there are no major traffic concerns and that those that they do recognise will be dealt with by the contractors, i.e. subsequent to a school building going ahead. However, should the committee see the question of traffic congestion and road safety as an intractable problem, they should recommend, in my view, the rejection of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fouquier. Ms Klein.
Thank you. What Group 6 really wants is for children now and in the future to have what the rest of us have all been lucky enough to have experienced, and that's open, free access to Portobello Park. We feel we've demonstrated some significant flaws in the consultation process. The wording was designed to get a yes response. And if I can refer to the item 4 that I lodged, the kind of straw poll that the local newspaper undertakes, where 100% no to the question, should development be allowed on greenbelt land? That's how people vote, notwithstanding the difference between greenbelt land and common ground. Most people just understand it's a park or it's greenland. They don't understand the legal niceties of what the distinctions are. When people are asked, should you build on a park, they mostly say no. And had the question that the council devised been a fairer question and the consultation conducted in a fairer way, we would have got a different result. My experience at the only 2 public events I attended during the consultation period was that the promoter of the bill provided incorrect information, which I believe could have influenced the result of the consultation period. As I've previously said, and I say this as a person who, as an adult, performs the function of a safeguarder to the children's hearing, where I meet a lot of very, very disadvantaged children. This park is right on the doorstep for children whose parents may have mental health issues, who cannot take them to parks, who may not have the financial wherewithal to take them to places that I'm lucky enough to be able to take my daughter to. I would ask the committee to consider that and finish up by saying, when I was a wee girl, if I was at my granny's and I stayed in a tenement, as I've previously said, and I visited my granny a lot, I didn't have to book a playing field to be able to go out into a safe place. If I wanted to go out and play and enjoy myself outdoors, I went to Portobello Park. Please, please, let today's children and our future children have that.
Thank you. Do the promoter have any final comments on this group?
Yes, thank you, Convener. Thank you again for the opportunity to address the issues and concerns raised by the objectors in groups 3 and 6 and to set out the Council's views to the committee this morning. I hope the committee has found the session helpful in understanding the Council's position on these issues. I'm conscious I'm slightly repeating a point that I've made previously, but I believe it's vital to emphasise that the Council is firmly of the view that Portobello Park is and remains by far the best, most cost-effective and quickest location in which we could deliver the new Portobello High School. That view reflects careful consideration and assessment of the various options on several occasions. We also believe it is by far the best of the available options, not just for the pupils, parents and staff of Portobello High School, but for the local community and for the city as a whole. And the public support for the proposal is shown by the results of the pre-introduction consultation for this bill, which showed very significant support, both across the city and in the local area. We appreciate the objectors feel strongly about the prospective loss of part of Portobello Park, but simply do not accept the validity of the claims made by the objectors today about the negative consequences they believe would result from the passage of this bill and from the project more generally, particularly in light of the mitigation measures that we will put in place to address many of the issues that have been raised. We do not suggest that our proposals are a perfect solution. However, there is no perfect solution available to meet the urgent need for a new Portobello High School, and the alternative solution of a phased on-site rebuild would come with significantly greater drawbacks. None of the issues raised today and in the previous session would justify a change in our view that any potential downsides of building the new school on Portobello Park would be significantly outweighed by the benefits of doing so, including the improvements made to the remaining open space on the site, the creation of new open space in the area, and the other mitigation and compensatory plans that would accompany the project. Many of the issues in detail raised by the present objectors today and in the previous session were dealt with comprehensively during the planning process by the Council's Development and Management Subcommittee on 2 occasions. As the committee itself has recognised, this is not a planning appeal process, and the committee is not sitting as a planning inquiry. However, the objectives in Group 3 and 6 seem not to have taken note of the committee's earlier observations and have instead continued to raise matters that have already been dealt with comprehensively during the planning processes. We would have welcomed the opportunity to engage with any proposals that objectors might have had for measures to mitigate or alleviate their concerns regarding the project, as indeed would be usual practice during the consideration stage of the private bill process. However, it is clear from this morning that they have no suggestions to make other than this project should not proceed and the school should be built elsewhere. I should therefore confirm once again that none of the issues raised by the objectors would justify the Council withdrawing its proposals. Whilst we are of course in the hands of the committee and the Parliament in respect of the bill, the alternative to the option that this bill would enable would be the more time-consuming, more expensive and far more disruptive option of a phased rebuild in the existing school site, including the necessity to relocate St John's RC Primary School, which would also entail a significant compromise on the facilities available at the school in comparison with siting it on Portobello Park. I hope the committee will agree that the issues of detail discussed today do not constitute reasons to recommend that this bill not proceed, and in particular that members will be content that our compensatory and mitigation plans will be sufficient to address any issues that would or may arise as a result of our proposals. However, if there are any steps that the committee wishes to recommend that we take in order to alleviate any concerns members may have, we would be very happy to consider them. Similarly, we would be very happy to provide any further information that might assist the committee in considering the issues that have been discussed this morning.
Okay. That concludes the oral evidence sessions for Groups 3 and 6. I thank everyone for their attendance this morning. I'll suspend the meeting for a few moments until the next witnesses are seated. Thank you. We now move to oral evidence session for Group 1, and I welcome Stephen Hopkins, who is the lead objector, Diana Cairns, Alison Conley and Roy Martin, QC. Welcome. Group 1 has requested that the order of consideration of categories is revised to allow Category 5 to be taken first after introductory remarks have been made by both parties. The other categories will then be considered in sequential order. I invite Stephen Hawkins, as lead objector for Group 1, to make a brief introductory remark.
Okay. During this session, we will try to offer questions rather than statements, and we look for facts rather than conjecture. In highlighting the promoter's responsibilities within the framework of the private bill and keeping to the confines of the categories set out for this evidence session, the topics of significant interest to us are the Council's compliance with its own open space strategy, the Council's compliance with best practice for road safety, the Council's compliance with planning authority guidelines and conditions, the Council's compliance with secured by design policies, the Council's compliance with the European procurement guidelines, the Council's corporate risk management approach, the Council's approach to the management of legal matters, and the quality of information provided by officials to both the public and to elected members. Convener. The Private Bill Committee may agree that the Council have fallen short of some of the standards expected, or in some elements of their responsibilities for the private bill. The quasi-judicial role of the committee at this detailed consideration stage of the bill means that it is important that clear answers are provided to the significant questions arising. We are here before a committee of the Scottish Parliament where you will decide whether to support a local authority building on a piece of land that they are custodians of for all, and where it is illegal to do so. The provision of schools is routine business for local authorities, and there is nothing exceptional about Portobello High School. Its need compared to many other communities throughout Scotland. What is truly exceptional is the extreme approach over many years that City of Edinburgh Council has taken to building on a common good public park. As you pointed out, I'm Stephen Hawkins, and I have been a resident of Portobello for over 25 years. I have with me today Alison Connolly and Diana Cairns, and we are spokespeople for the large number of objectors, thousands in fact, to this private bill. In addition, we have asked Roy Martin QC to be in attendance as matters may arise that require his expert opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite the promoter to make any remarks.
Thank you, Convener. I'm conscious that there is a significant degree of overlap between the issues raised by Group 1 and those covered in earlier written or oral evidence, including the first session this morning. So for the promoter's part, we will try and avoid any unnecessary duplication of evidence that the committee has already heard. In common with earlier groups, many of the issues raised by Group 1 objectors were considered in great detail as part of the planning process, indeed twice during the planning processes. Planning issues are not directly relevant to consideration of this bill, which does not authorise the construction of the school itself. As you, Convener, reiterated at the last session, the committee is not carrying out a planning inquiry. We nevertheless note that the objectors in Group 1 continue to raise matters dealt with during the planning process. Subject to that observation, we will of course be happy to address the issues raised by them if it would assist members in making a decision on the issues relating to this bill. I expect the committee will now be very familiar with the fact that the current Portobello High School is in urgent need of replacement, and that the fact that the Council is firmly of the view that Portobello Park offers by far the best, most cost-effective and quickest location for developing the new school. In the written submission, the objectors have suggested that the main difference in building a new school in Portobello Park is the provision of one additional sports pitch. This is in itself a much more important consideration than they suggest, in terms of enabling us to deliver all curricular PE requirements on site, and so saving valuable teaching time that would otherwise be wasted, busing pupils to off-site facilities. However, as I made clear at the last session, it is far from the only consideration. I am conscious of avoiding unnecessary repetition, but believe it is vital that this group of objectors are left in no doubt about the disadvantages of a phased rebuild on the existing site. I would therefore reiterate that that option would also require the relocation of St John's Primary School, cost an estimated £13.4 million, more than the cost to complete the new school on Portobello Park, take an estimated 4 years longer to deliver, impose constraints on site layout and design due to the necessity for a phased build, and would entail a lengthy period of potentially significant disruption to the education of the school's pupils due to having a construction site directly adjacent to the school. We do not believe it is possible to justify incurring those disadvantages in order to avoid a net loss of open space in the local area equivalent to less than the size of a football pitch. The decision to build the new school in Portobello Park has been arrived at following thorough consideration and extensive and repeated consultation with the local community. I believe the strong community support for the proposals reflects the range of benefits that will flow to the community as a result of the new school and the compensatory and mitigation measures which we have proposed as part of the overall project. As I have said before, the Council is confident that the proposed compensation and mitigation measures will be appropriate and sufficient to address objectors' reasonable concerns, but I am more than happy to engage with objectors who believe otherwise and discuss any ways in which they think the Council's plans could be improved. I would note that despite our invitations to objectors to raise any potential improvements or mitigation measures with the Council, as would be usual for this stage of the process, they have declined to do so. So I'll be glad to hear of any suggestions the Group 1 objectors might have for measures that may alleviate their concerns. Thank you.
Okay. We now move to Category 5, which covers issues which were already considered at the preliminary stage. I invite a spokesperson for Group 1 to speak on the first issue, the role of the Parliament legislating subsequent to a Court of Session decision. Ms Conway.
I'm going to make a very brief opening statement for Category 5 because, as we've already mentioned, we want to focus on questions. We are aware that these issues have already been considered within the preliminary stage proceedings. We would now like to reflect on the quasi-judicial role of the committee in the context of the consideration stage and establish why City of Edinburgh Council is now in this position as the promoter of such a controversial private bill. There were some key legal turning points as plans were developed for Portobello High, particularly in 2008, and these give us insight to the Council's attitudes and methods and can help us to form a view on whether the information now being offered is reliable and trustworthy. If that is in doubt, then it is very dangerous to allow this bill to progress further. Dangerous for Portobello, but also in a broader sense for Edinburgh and beyond. We have a number of questions for the Council. We would like to establish how City of Edinburgh Council identify, acknowledge and mitigate risk, and how transparent and accurate they are in their communications and the information they provide, both with the tax-paying public and with elected members. We have questions to raise in each of the 4 subcategories in Category 5. And that concludes my opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a spokesperson for the second and third and fourth issues, or was that...
That's our opening statement.
To cover it all?
Just going to go into questions.
To go to the questions. I'll invite the promoter to make any statement and then we'll come back to the questions if that's okay.
Thank you.
Convener, my statement is going to be a little longer, so I apologise in advance, but I believe there is much that we need to say, particularly relating to events of yesterday afternoon. As noted by committee, and I'll cover all five categories if I may at once. As noted by the committee, these issues were all considered at preliminary stage, and the Council has addressed them repeatedly in previous written submissions and at earlier oral evidence sessions. It is somewhat disappointing that the Group 1 objectors are continuing to open up these issues, relying on the same arguments that have been covered before. However, the Council witnesses will of course be willing to address any pertinent questions they wish to ask. Beyond that, I would only wish to address a few key points in my opening remarks. I believe the relevance of the Court of Session decision and the role of the Parliament relative to that has been fully covered in previous sessions, and in particular in the Committee's preliminary stage report, so I do not propose to say anything more on that. The objectors suggest that the pursuit of the private bill has caused delay in the process of providing a new high school for Portobello. However, that is incorrect. Had we not proceeded with the private bill route following the Court of Session's ruling in September 2012, we would have had 2 fallback options available: a phased build on the existing combined site and Baileyfield, which was not in our ownership. The final decision would have been subject to a statutory consultation process, which could not have commenced until we learned the outcome of our bid for the Baileyfield site, which, as the committee is aware, was confirmed only recently. In addition, a parallel statutory consultation process would have been required in respect of the potential relocation of St John's Primary School, as this would of course be a precondition of pursuing the option for a high school of a phased rebuild across the combined sites of both schools. If the Council had been successful in acquiring the Baileyfield site, it would also have been one of the options for the relocated primary school. Clarity in the Baileyfield bid was therefore also essential to commencing the statutory consultation in respect of the primary school. We would therefore only just now be in a position to initiate either statutory consultation. As noted in our written submission for today, we have in fact begun the process of planning the consultation for the new primary school and intend to include the possibility of an off-site rebuild in the event that bill is not enacted and the high school therefore requires a phased rebuild on the existing combined school site. If that becomes necessary following completion later this year of the consultation on the location for replacement St John's, it would take an estimated 28 months to design the new primary school, secure planning consent for it, and procure a contractor to then construct the new school. The new school would have to be built elsewhere before the phased rebuild of Portobello High School could commence on the current site, albeit the design, development, planning and contractor procurement processes for the rebuilt high school could be progressed in parallel with the construction of the new primary school, and that would mitigate some of the delay. The timescale for delivering the new high school via phase on-site rebuild would therefore have been much the same if this bill had not been introduced, as it will be if the bill is not enacted, which is to say that the new high school would in either case likely not be ready for occupation until the second half of 2020. I have little to add to our previous comments on precedent, as I believe this issue has been considered in detail a number of times today, including by the committee in its preliminary stage report. In relation to the suggestion that the Council could use the parkland as it wanted in future, I should first of all put on record our strong objection that we, and I understand also the committee, only received Mr Martin's relatively complex legal opinion on this issue at around 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon. This is completely contrary to all requirements of fair notice, particularly since I see that the opinion is dated the 10th of April, and so the objectors could easily have lodged it by the 15th in accordance with the committee's timetable. Now, I'm sure no responsibility attaches to Mr Martin in respect of that, as it would have been for his clients to decide whether and when to lodge his opinion. I therefore find it extremely dissatisfactory that the objectors have chosen to take such an unconstructive approach to these proceedings. I think the committee will now be very familiar with the Council's view that the bill as currently drafted would only provide a specific and limited authority to use the park for educational purposes, whilst leaving the land status otherwise unchanged. Mr Livingston explained the Council's view on the status of the land post-appropriation at the oral evidence session on the 12th of March, and the Council believes that no further alienation would be authorised by the bill as it currently stands. We previously provided to the committee the opinion of Jeremy Moynihan QC, who supported the Council's view on that point. Now, Mr Martin disagreed with Mr Moynihan's opinion in his evidence at preliminary stage, and indeed I note that paragraphs 8 to 16 of his most recent opinion are essentially restating the analysis and conclusions he provided in his original opinion, and that the rest of his analysis is based on the same premise. The Council has nevertheless been mindful of the committee's recommendation at preliminary stage that the bill should be amended at consideration stage to safeguard the future use of the park, and so drafted a proposed amendment intended to put the issue beyond doubt. That amendment was provided to the committee and circulated to all objectors via our letter to you, convener of the 31st of January 2014. It is intended to provide expressly that neither the bill itself nor an appropriation of the park, in line with the bill's provisions after its enactment, would allow the Council to deal with the park in any way that would not otherwise have been permitted. That means that if the land were no longer required for use as a school, the only other permitted use would be recreational. The Council is satisfied that the terms of the proposed amendment are sufficient to achieve that outcome, and we heard nothing from the Group 1 objectors before yesterday afternoon to suggest that they were not content with it. I see that Mr Martin disagrees with the Council position on that amendment, but I can confirm for the avoidance of doubt that the Council remains firmly of the view that the amendment would be effective. If the committee wishes to have the detail of the legal issues explored today, then I will leave it to Mr Strachan and Mr Livingston to do that in response to any questions Mr Martin may have. But I would note for the record that the Council does not accept the underlying premise of Mr Martin's opinion, namely that it is not possible for land to have common good status and be used for educational purposes. We do not believe that is the case under the common law, and in any event, the question of what status and, most importantly, what protection the land has following an appropriation under this piece of legislation can be entirely resolved by including suitable language in the bill. The Council believes that the current proposed amendment would achieve that desired outcome, but if the objectors feel differently, then we have always been open to discussing possible changes to the proposed amendment in order to resolve any remaining concerns. Indeed, our letter of 31st of January invited objectors to contact us directly if they wished to raise any concerns, and in particular expressly advised that the Council would be happy to consider any proposals for revising the amendment so as to better achieve the intended outcome and address objectors' concerns. Such discussions between promoter and objector would be entirely consistent with both the purpose and practice of the consideration stage of the private bill process. I note that Ms Connolly advised in her supplementary written evidence of 6th of February that she intended to seek legal advice in relation to the proposed amendment. It is therefore extremely regrettable that the objectors, firstly, do not appear to have sought Mr Martin's views until the 8th of April, secondly, did not provide his opinion to us or the committee until 3 p.m. yesterday afternoon, and thirdly, did not accept our invitation to contact us directly to raise these concerns and discuss what alternative amendments might be made to the bill to satisfy those concerns. Indeed, I note that the objectors still do not offer any suggestions on how the bill might be amended so as to address their concern. I would have thought this would have been something that we would be keen to do, given that they claim to be interested in ensuring the park cannot be further appropriated for any other purpose following an appropriation for education purposes. However, I am afraid it's indicative of the approach that these objectors have taken throughout this process. It is clear they are not interested in engaging with the Council to ensure they addresses their concerns where possible. The Council nevertheless remains open to discussing how the bill might be amended to address the concerns that the objectors claim to have in relation to this issue. I am therefore conscious that it may not be an appropriate use of the committee's time to hear further argument on these legal issues today, given that the more productive approach would be for perhaps the objectors to produce an alternative amendment to the bill for discussion with the promoter. If no agreement could be reached, then it would of course be open to them to submit their amendment directly to the committee for the amendment phase of the process, which would allow members to have the benefit of your own legal advisor's views on how best to address the recommendation which you set out in your preliminary stage report. There are other comments that I could make, Convener, but in the interest of time, I think I'll stop at that.
Thank you. I invite the questions now from the objectors as well in cross-examination on all the issues in this category. Ms. Collins.
Very much, Madam Convener. Because of the importance of the status of the land, we would like to ask Mr Martin to ask some questions on our behalf, but I wonder if just before we ask him to do that, if we can just very briefly come back on some of the comments that Mr McIntyre has made about the timing of the most recent legal opinion being provided to the Council, just to provide a little bit of information about the background. We, as a group, are not legally qualified. We're a community group and we are just based on individual residents. And we don't have access to a 9 to 5 legal department where we can go to clarify matters of a legal nature. In interpreting and understanding opinions that are provided to us, we need time. We need time to read them. We need time to consider the content, to meet and discuss. And very often we need subsequent information to enable our legal understanding. So it's actually very difficult for us to turn an opinion round very quickly by receiving it and posting it straight out, because the technical nature of legal opinions means that we need to be able to consider the content carefully, understand it ourselves before we decide how to subsequently act. And that will explain why the legal opinion which Mr Martin provided to us took a little while to get to the Council. We were also, over the Easter break, there were people who were on holiday and it was difficult to come together as a group. And we had to go back to Mr Martin for subsequent conversation and clarification as well. So that's just to give you some context to answer the concerns that the Council seemed to have, that perhaps we were in some way deliberately delaying submission of this opinion, which was not the case. So, Mr Martin, please.
Thank you, Madam Convener. As you appreciate, I'm instructed as to give legal advice and to represent these objectors, as I've done for some time. I therefore come not as an objector, but simply in the hope that I can assist the committee in legal matters, and I'm happy to myself answer any questions on those. So far as you have permitted me to ask questions, I do appreciate that, and I do so, of course, if I may say, contrary to what Mr McIntyre said, because of the amendment proposed in the letter of the 31st of January, which of course came after the initial consideration of this bill. There seemed to be an implication that all of the legal matters should have been resolved then. But if I may say, that letter proposed the amendment, which is the subject of my consideration. I assume that I will be addressing my questions to Mr Livingston and Mr Strachan, and I do so accordingly. First, may I ask one or other of those witnesses on behalf of the Council to confirm that the Act of Appropriation of Land, which is held by a local authority for the purpose of one of its functions, results in the land vested in the local authority being held for another function of the local authority?
Yeah, I'll deal with that. In practical terms, yes, I would agree with that. So the situation we had before is if this bill was to be enacted and the appropriation was to take effect is that while Parks and Green Space were in essence responsible for the administration of the park, the responsibility for that would shift to children and families. However, the Council is of the opinion that this is not inconsistent with the land and the park still remaining part of the common good of the city.
Well, forgive me, Mr Strachan, we'll come to that. The question I asked was effectively a paraphrasing of Section 73, subsection 1 of the 1973 Act. So it's not a practical change, it is a legal change which takes place when land is appropriated from one function of a local authority to another function. Do you accept that?
Okay, yes.
Yes. And do you accept that if this bill is enacted, the bill will allow the Council to rely on Section 73, subsection 1 of the 1973 Act to appropriate the park for the purposes of its functions as an education authority?
Yes, that's the purpose behind the drafting, as I think was explained in previous opinions and the explanatory notes that went along with the draft bill.
Yes, that is in the last sentence of paragraph 11 of the explanatory notes. Now, let us suppose that the bill is enacted and the Council appropriates the land to its education function. And the school is built and all the facilities are built and the school is operated by the City of Edinburgh Council as the education authority. What is the status of the land during that period?
Once it's operated...
after it has been appropriated.
After it's been appropriated and the school is built, it would be operating as a school, and the Children and Families Department would be responsible for that in the usual way.
But I'm not asking who would operate it. I'm asking what would be the status of the land.
As regards... I'm not quite clear what you're getting at.
Well...
The status, what do you mean by the status?
Well, the land is vested in the local authority.
And it still is?
Well, is the answer to my question yes?
Sorry, can you clarify your question?
Yeah.
Not being clear?
The land at the moment is vested in the local authority.
Correct.
Yeah. After appropriation, the land remains vested in the local authority.
Correct.
But it becomes vested in them for the purpose of their education function.
The vesting is still with the local authority because the title has not changed. It is still council land, owned outright by the council.
Yes, but it is being used for the purposes of the council's education function, and the land is vested in them because we've already agreed that that is what Section 73(1) does, vested in the council for its education function.
I can't recall if the draft bill talks about vesting. The vesting is the title, Mr Martin. The title is still with the local authority. However, it would be appropriated for use by the local authority for its education function.
And therefore it's no longer vested for any other function.
It is still vested in the local authority, Mr Martin, but you are correct, it would not be a park.
Well, that wasn't my question, Mr Strachan, so I'm not correct. The question I asked you was, so it is no longer vested for any other function other than the education function. Is that correct?
It would be used as a school, correct. It would be appropriated for educational purposes, but it would still be vested in local authority.
Yes, but vested for the purposes of their education function and not vested for the purpose of any other function. Is that right?
Well, I come back to the same point, Mr Martin, that is, the title is vested with the local authority.
No, but we're not talking about title. We're talking about the function for which it is vested.
The function would be a school, Mr Martin.
Yes. So it would not be vested for any other function.
I think we're going round in circles, perhaps, Mr Martin.
Well, with respect, Mr Strachan, I would like an answer to the question. It's quite straightforward.
I've given my answer, Mr Martin.
All right. The committee, no doubt, will receive submissions on that. So, when... Well, let me ask this question. Is the school still... Oh, sorry. Is the land upon which the school is built still part of the common good, notwithstanding that the land has vested in the council for its education functions?
Yes, we believe it would be. And it's an interesting point. And there are, if we take the point of buildings, the common good encompasses whole heaps of things. You know, movable items can be part of the common good. There are buildings in the city chambers is clearly inalienable common good. James Craig's house, City Observatory, Lady Stairs Close, they are all, Ross Bandstand, Scott Monument, these are all buildings. They are clearly, you know, they are used for other purposes, cultural and sport and such other things. That is not inconsistent with them also being part of the common good. There are a number of closes, paths, streets in the Old Town. They are part of the common good, inalienable common good of the city, but they are maintained by the council in its roads authority capacity. So the council does not believe that the two are inconsistent, which I believe is the point you are seeking to make, Mr Martin.
Well, I'm not seeking to make any point, Mr Strachan. I'm asking a question. No one is suggesting that there cannot be buildings which are part of the common good. Municipal buildings is one of the historical examples, such as the city chambers, of buildings held for the common good. But the question I'm asking is, if this land remains part of the common good, there will be a building on it which will be a school.
Yeah, and that is correct. And surely, you know, and the committee, I'm sure, wouldn't, well, they might wish to go back there, but if we're talking about common good, the nature of common good assets, and the point I made previously in the previous session to the previous group in terms of our obligation to administer the common good of the city, having due regard to the all the inhabitants of the city. Common good, you know, in terms of how we deal with something, is surely not frozen in time, and it is for the local authority to look at and consider how it best manages those assets. And the inherent quality, surely, of common good property is its use for its underlying use for the benefit of the inhabitants of the city. Now, yes, the specific use from day to day, that might change over time, and that may be different benefits from day to day, a park, a school, whatever, but that is not inconsistent with its underlying status as common good, which is held by the city, subject to the common law statutory restrictions, and the inhabitants of the city benefit from that.
Mr. Strachan, I suspect we can... we're not going to get anywhere, but let me ask you this question. The common good is not simply an ethereal concept. The common good is an entitlement on part of members of the community to require the authority to dedicate land for the use of the community. Now, that can apply to buildings such as the city chambers. But in this case, it applies to Portobello Park, which is dedicated to recreation and the other purposes specified in the disposition of 1898.
Well, I mean, just a point on you there. I mean, I think the terms of the disposition, I think, are one point, but from my perspective, from the council's perspective, given the wholesale reform of land law in terms of the abolition of field tenure, Title Conditions Scotland Act, and as you'll be aware, those title conditions in that original conveyance from 1898 are of no relevance today in terms of the actual specifics of that deed as regards whether or not they are enforceable title conditions. They are not. And our position, the Council's position, is that the terms of the original grant are pertinent, yes, to the assets underlying common good status. We do not deny that. But I think it's important that we don't get overly hung up on the terms of that original grant.
Well, Mr. Strachan, are you a legally qualified person?
Well, I hope that you know I am.
Well,
yes.
I'm asking you to confirm, because I've never met you before.
Yes, I qualified some time ago,
Thank
yes.
you. So you will realise that there are significant legal issues here. We're not being hung up on anything. There are legal issues which arise because land has common good status, not least the Court of Session has dealt with
but I just wish to clarify for the committee's benefit that we don't. I think it is wrong to overstate some of the terms of the original dedication in that grant, given where we are now in this process.
Yes. But you will agree that the bill actually provides that the Council may exercise whatever powers are provided, notwithstanding the terms of the 1898 disposition. So the bill actually makes it lawful for the Council to act contrary to the 1898 disposition.
No, I disagree with that. Mr Martin and the explanatory notes made that clear that that was purely for clarity on that point.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Can I interrupt Mr Martin? On what of the 5 issues, or the 4 issues we've got in front of us, does this fall under?
Well, it falls, Madam, because of the proposed amendment of the committee.
Yes, but what under those 4 categories does it fall under?
Well, it falls... Sorry, forgive me, I haven't got that in front of me at the moment. Forgive me, I just have put to one side the topics. Where are they? Yes, the category 5, as I have it, just reading the headings, are the role of the Parliament legislating subsequent to a Court of Session decision, the precedent argument and the possible use of the private bill process by other councils, the pre-introduction consultation process and alternative sites. Now, I accept that within these headings, the lawfulness of what is proposed by the Council is not specifically identified, but of course there is reference in what the group has said to the legal opinions which have been instructed from me. And of course this issue, as I say, arose, and I understood that was the purpose of my presence today, was to deal with the proposed amendment, because the committee had decided that in terms of the first stage of proceedings there was an issue.
No, is the answer to that. We're here to allow questions to be made on those categories, and there are many categories there. We've spent 13 minutes now speaking about common good land, which was in the first stage, the preliminary stage of things. We're not discussing the amendment because we're not discussing if the bill's going forward or not at this stage. What we're discussing is the questions objectors had to the promoter at this stage. So if we can curtail the questions, I'm happy for them to continue. But on those issues that are already in front of me, then that would be helpful, because I'm not quite sure where it fits in at this stage of the proceedings.
Thanks, Madam, thank you for that, because it does arise directly from the amendment upon which my advice was sought.
Yes, but we're not discussing the amendment at this point.
I'm much obliged. If it is the position that the Council, that the committee will not be reporting on the amendment, but that it will be reserving for consideration by the Parliament, for example, matters arising from that amendment, then, of course, I apologise if I've taken the time of the committee unnecessarily. I rather thought that the committee did, given that the Council had proposed it, did want to hear something on the amendment and, indeed, the effect of the bill generally.
That would be phase 2 of this stage. We're not there yet at all.
Right.
We're still in these categories.
I'm sorry if I have contributed to that misunderstanding.
No. I mean, it's perfect. I mean, we have to get to the amendment at one stage, if indeed the bill is proceeding, but certainly not at this one.
Right. So forgive me for my information, because I do apologise if
it's okay.
Contributed to this.
I just wanted to link it back to...
Not at all. Does it mean that consideration of the effect of the amendment will actually take place at a later stage? Because I think my clients would be reassured by that.
Yes, no, they certainly will. I mean, that will be looked at if indeed we get to this stage. At the minute, we are discussing all the groups in where the objections have taken place and trying to get them together so that you can quiz the promoter on what has come before us to allow the committee to make a decision. And then for phase 2, absolutely, for any amendments that wish to be taken from the promoter or indeed by any objector seeking the committee's approval, at that stage we will be looking at that, absolutely.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Convener, obviously we've never been involved in anything like this before, yes. So we're not sure exactly what the process was. We thought that this was the point at which evidence was given and that what had been put forward before would be questioned and you'd be considering that. So yes. The second stage of consideration, how do we become involved in that?
Certainly, I'll get the cards. This isn't for this discussion at this previous time taken away, but I'll give you the information so that you get it. What I'm concerned about at this stage is that time is very much against us, and when objections were made, we clubbed them together into different groups, and that's the reason that you're in front of us today to ask questions on those matters. And I'm very concerned that those questions will not get asked, that you'll feel that process hasn't taken place, and then feel as if the committee haven't listened to your objections. At the second stage, all the information will be provided as to how you can get involved in that, if indeed we get to discuss this, because at the minute we're not discussing any of that. We're discussing if there are objections, and the committee has to go through each individual objections to see if they can be upheld. That is the next process. This morning, just like the previous 2 evidence sessions, the 12th and 26th, have been about trying to get the objections that have already been submitted to the committee in the preliminary stage going forward questioned by the promoter. Yes, Ms Conley.
Sorry, just very briefly, I'd just like to apologise to you as a committee and to Mr Martin if we're here under false pretences, if you like. But even from Mr McIntyre's opening comments, where he was commenting on the timing of providing this opinion, which clearly was specifically related to the amendments, even if at that point it had been drawn to our attention that we weren't here to discuss amendments today, we might have been able to address that and apologise.
No, there is no apologies necessary. What I'm trying to get to is the amendment may come up when you're discussing certain things, so the precedent argument or whatever it may be, I'm trying to relate it back. So you're perfectly entitled to bring it up as has been discussed. But where does it relate to in the categories that you're already aware? That was the questions I was seeking clarification on. That was the reason why I allowed the promoter to talk about the legal evidence, which we got as well, and I have read. Because, yes, that does form our opinion. That was the reason that I allowed. I will not allow repetition of that to go forward. However, we really have to bring it back to the categories here. So if the amendment links to that, fine. If we're talking about common good and the purpose of it and various other things, that was dealt with in the preliminary stage. If it was in precedent, for instance, that was the reason I asked the question, I would have allowed it to continue. But if we're not moving on the categories, I'm concerned about that.
It's just very difficult to discuss any of the evidence raised if there's a fundamental point at which there's a lack of consensus in terms of the legal framework that this is all sitting on. And the private bill is a legal framework. So that is the focus of our point in being here, to discuss what the private bill is going to say. And the amendment is absolutely crucial to that.
But we will look at that. I'm not suggesting for 1 second that just because we don't discuss it now that will not be looked at. I'm just trying to get us back to where we should be looking at. Yes, Ms Kemps.
Will there be the opportunity to give evidence on the amendment at a later stage?
No. But there is no amendment. The promoter is suggesting an amendment. The committee have not taken a view on that whatsoever at the minute, because we are not there and thinking about that at the present stage.
Well, with all due respect, I thought that Mr Martin's questioning was to enable better understanding or to enable clarity on that amendment.
It may well be, but the process that we are here under today, and I have to follow the rules, that they aren't my rules, so this is for a private bill, as I have done in the previous sessions, talked about the groups and the categories that are going forward. That was why I asked what category this is under. So you may find it relevant, but under which category that we're discussing this morning, it doesn't come under. And that's the process that we have to adhere to if we are going to follow this. So if we can continue, but talk about the Parliament legislating subsequent to a Court of Session decision, the precedent argument, the consultation process, the alternative sites, That's where we are at the minute, and that's the cross-examining should be on. So have you got questions on those? Ms Conley.
Mr Martin's just going to...
Madam, I do appreciate that, and I certainly don't want to take up the time. I have just 2 more questions I would like to ask Mr Strachan, and I would appreciate if you just answer the question rather than trying to explain other things. The questions are related, I have to say, to common good, but they may assist on matters of practicality subsequently. The first question, if I may, Mr Strachan, is whilst the school is constructed on the common good land, and this is a question which can have a yes or no answer, whilst the school is constructed on the common good land, will the school building be part of the common good?
Well, I mean, as I think you're aware, and I think maybe your opinion referred to it, I would have thought that a creche would apply, Mr Martin, and that, you know, it would become part of the heritable property.
Right, so the answer is yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I would think, yes.
And the second and final question is, as and when, and of course we're talking about a hypothetical situation, but let us suppose the decision is made subsequently to no longer to use the structures on the site as a school. Has the Council provided any information on its arrangements for proposals for demolition and restoration of the park to its recreational environment?
I think probably for Mr McIntyre.
At this point, there is no suggestion or intention of using the site as anything other than the location for a new school.
Madam, I do say that was my final question, but with respect, Mr McIntyre, you are introducing this concept that the land would remain as common good land if the school ceased to be there. My question is related to the practical situation would exist if you did decide that the school was no longer going to be there. And my question, and again with respect, it's a simple yes or no answer. Has any provision been made, has any explanation been given of the practical steps which would then be taken to demolish the buildings and return the land to its recreational environment?
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Madam.
Just to put on record that your legal advice that you have given on the amendment will be looked at, and if we require clarification at that point, we will get back to you. So I'm not dismissing
that's
that.
Very kind of you.
I
do appreciate that, and I'm perhaps labouring under a similar misunderstanding from our clients. Thank you. And if you forgive me also, Madam, when one moves to the more substantive objections where legal matters are unlikely to arise, if I mean no disrespect to the committee, I will probably withdraw at that point.
That's fine.
But would be happy to assist if you wish to ask me anything while I'm here.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr Martin. Ms Conley.
Thank you very much. We'll continue with questions under the issue of the role of Parliament, if that's okay. And we're really going back to looking, as we were advised, at the quasi-judicial role of the committee here and looking at the reasons why this private bill is where it is, really, in the position that we're in. The first question I've got is for the City of Edinburgh Council representatives, and it's why has the legal risk associated with the proposal to build on the park been continuously played down or not even mentioned at all?
What legal risk are you referring to?
The risk that there would be a legal challenge to the proposals based on the legal opinions that have been provided across the board.
What legal opinions are? I'm not aware of any legal opinions that have been provided suggesting that there would be a challenge to the private bill.
You'll be aware of the legal opinion to you that the Council presumably commissioned from Malcolm Thompson 22nd of August 2008.
This is, that was to do with the appropriation of the land under an entirely different mechanism. Your question was about legal challenge to the outcome of the private bill process, was it not?
No, my question was about the Council's approach to legal risk in general, in terms of the legal framework of the proposal to build on the park.
I think, you know, I wonder if we are perhaps touching upon issues that aren't really of relevance today, but, you know, that's obviously up to the convener committee, so I will attempt to answer. I believe the point that you're getting at is where we ultimately got to with the court cases, but I think it's very, very important to bear in mind that at the time there was never a judgment which had looked upon something like this, and the Council's decision to proceed with Portobello Park was on the back of a very robust opinion from two QCs that we could do so. This was against case law at the time, the North Lanarkshire cases that suggested such an approach was indeed lawful, our review of the law. And in fact, if you look at the expert evidence provided to the committee in connection with this, Professor Rennie himself said he felt that the fact you can't appropriate is bizarre, to quote him. Andrew Ferguson himself said that the law was somewhat illogical. So I think you can see from that the council was conservative, I think, with its approach at the time, and that we did not embark recklessly upon something, but rather considered with all due process whether or not we could do this, and we got a very robust opinion, which we reported up to council, that said we could. So as regards questions of legal risk, I think that quite the opposite, that we have taken a very robust approach to that. But again, these are somewhat historic, I wonder.
I think we accept that the Council did provide a robust legal opinion from two QCs in November 2008, or dated November 2008, which eventually was released to us after an appeal to the Information Commissioner, because the Council weren't willing to share it with us at the time. And what we've subsequently received, and in fact it was only earlier this month, but it's now in the public domain because it's been released under Freedom of Information, and you as representatives of the Council will be aware of it, is a legal opinion provided by Malcolm Thompson on the 22nd of August 2008, which is clearly quite different in the opinion that he's providing at that point. You will be aware of it, as I say, because it is your property, and I have copies of it here, and I'm quite happy to read an extract out from it.
Can I respond to that, Ms Connolly? I mean, you're going back into the past. That judgment was provided in August. The opinion of Joint Council was sought and secured in advance of the Council meeting of December, when the then Council Solicitor reported to Council that, in her opinion, there was a cast iron, that proved not to be correct, but a cast iron judgment that said we did not require the permission of the court to build on Portobello Park. So, yes, there was a previous judgment to the contrary, but the joint opinion of Council that was reported to Council in December 2008 unambiguously, from a Council perspective, said there was no impediment to go ahead and appropriate the land at Portobello Park. And indeed, there were, and there now have been, several high schools built on common good land as a result of previous decisions by other authorities. So why we're going back to history, I'm not clear.
Well, I would like to make the point that the question, that, I mean, these documents have all been produced as evidence as part of this bill to support the case that the promoter has put forward to say why they need this private bill, what's happened, why we're where we are. And they relied very heavily on that late November 2008 opinion to give the support that they said, we've been told we can do this. But that opinion was based on quite a narrow question. The opinion from August was a broader opinion. It wasn't blinkered in the same way. And I'm very happy to read the section out that I'm interested in drawing to the attention. I'd like to draw to the attention of the committee and of other people who might be interested information that's been in the Council's ownership and within their knowledge, and they have not shared that with the people who are interested in the decisions that were taken about how to proceed with the building of Portobello High School. So, as I say, I'm happy to read it out. If you prefer, I have copies of it here, but it's a fairly short section, and that opinion basically says there's a high risk of going along and trying to rely on the South Lanarkshire Council case as the underpinning for proceeding without going to court to get permission to build on this common good land. And that opinion was subsequently changed, and indeed I believe Mr Thompson was one of the joint counsel. Sorry, my apologies.
No, it's okay. We're just trying to work out the opinion, so if you can give copies of that to it. But again, I just have to bring back, it's the issue one on this category is the role of the Parliament legislating subsequent to the Court of Session. So, so obviously I do wish for that information, and I understand it sets the context, but we have to be in a position where it's relevant now, and so we are where we are now.
I think the relevance now is to address the Council's risk approach and their ongoing risk approach, particularly in the view of the conflicting legal opinions that remain about where we are now. Because you'll have heard from the debate between Mr Strachan and Mr Martin that there's no clarity about even where we are legally now. The Council are trying to stick to a line. We don't agree with it, so we're trying to prove really where we are. And,
I understand that, absolutely. I just don't... What I'm trying to get to is that isn't under that category. I understand the point you're making, and absolutely, if we can have that evidence, that would be good to us. But again, you know, those are historical arguments. Unfortunately, as frustrating as they might be, it's not for this committee to look at. Miss Cairns wanted in. Sorry, Mr Hawkins.
So, yes, well, I just wanted to ask why the Council decided not to go with that August 2008 opinion. You had an opinion in 2008. What changed?
Again, sorry, Ms McIntyre. Again, it's no relevance to this committee. I know that those are the questions of interest to you, absolutely. But to this bill, it's not relevant to this bill. Mr Hawkins.
Thank you, Convener. I might suggest that one of the arguments being put forward by the Council is that after this long period when they've failed to provide a new school for Portobello High School, we're now where we are at this moment that needs a private bill to sort it out. So part of our argument is that the reason why we are here at the moment is the mismanagement of the Council up to here. And we're trying to actually say the bill has to be looked in the context of these years, the 4 years delay from 2008 from not going to court.
I understand where you're coming from. What I'm saying to you is the committee, as you know from our report, dealt with that at the preliminary stage. Now, under the categories that are before us this morning, other than giving us that information, that's very helpful, thank you. That isn't the purpose of this morning, to talk about what's happened in the past. The purpose of this morning is, what concerns do you have at the present moment under those issues that we can put to the promoter, that the promoter issue, that clarifies for us certain things and that are relevant that we haven't already heard, because we've heard lots about what's happened in the past and where we are in the precedent argument, again, in our report. But what we're asking for is new evidence.
Yeah.
Or
Sorry, I
something.
thought we'd consider the general principles, and now today we are considering the detail of what's happened.
It was covered in our report. What we're trying to get to is, so you're saying the role of the Parliament legislating subsequent to a Court of Session. So I need to know what happened after the Court of Session, not what happened before the Court of Session, after, subsequent to it.
So what we're trying to provide is evidence to demonstrate that the information that's currently being provided by the Council is not to be relied on. And we've given evidence of how they've dealt with matters in the past to prove that that's the case.
Okay.
And that would be the point that we're trying to make here.
It's not a point lost on me. Certainly,
but we need to be able to lay this evidence in front of you, because if we're not able to say, did you know there was a report in August 2008?
Which is new evidence, absolutely, that's new evidence. What I'm suggesting is, if we move on now to that and not labour the point, because the point has been made, absolutely, I agree with you, and that was new evidence and you've given us it, thank you very much. So if we can continue and not discuss anything previous to the Court of Session, that would be good, Ms Cairns.
Just before we leave this, I just wanted to make it quite clear that in April of 2008, the Council made a public announcement that it was going to go to court to resolve the common good issue, and then subsequently changed its mind, and that's what's led to the delay in the delivery of the
you put that on record.
Thank you.
Okay. If we can continue.
I had a number of other questions that I wanted to ask on that. The history, the 2008, what happened then, who said what. If you don't want to take it just now, I can move on to the next issue.
If you can move on,
I'll move on to issue under precedent.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to refer to the Children and Family Department's letter. The Director of the Children and Families Department wrote to the Finance Minister in October 2012, and she explains that this situation is likely to be of interest to other local authorities. Can one of the representatives from Children and Families confirm if they still believe this to be true?
I'm not aware of the document. Is that presented as evidence?
I think it is, yes.
It's your letter.
It was written by Ms T in October.
Just so I don't have it to hand, so if I could see it.
The Council looking for it, but we certainly
I think it may have been submitted, but we had no notice that it was going to be relevant to this session. It may have been submitted at preliminary stage.
But it is still part of evidence.
It is part of the evidence, but it's not easy to get to hand if we don't.
We have the same problem, that there's so much evidence, and I'm sure you do too as a committee.
Yes, we do.
But it's hard to find a way through it. It was the 9th of October 2012. And she says, as there are clearly a number of ministerial interests involved in this particular matter, we have taken the liberty of sending this letter to the Cabinet Secretary for Education and Lifelong Learning, the Cabinet Secretary for Justice and the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, Employment and Sustainable Growth. And goes on to say that this will be of interest to other local authorities.
I believe my colleague Mr Livingston has suggested that may have been a letter about the general law.
I understand that the discussions with the Cabinet Secretary were about the possibility of amending the local government legislation to resolve the issue for all local authorities. Although I don't have it in front of me, I don't believe that that letter was about this private bill.
Oh, it was very specifically about the new Portobello High School.
I think it was about, it was raising with the Cabinet Secretary the possibility that the general law might be amended, and if that were the case, then Portobello High School could proceed without the need for this private bill. But I don't believe, as I say, I don't have it in front of me, but from my recollection, I don't believe that that was about this private bill being of interest to
You may
local
be correct,
authorities.
because in a report on the 25th of October 2012, there's a report from Children and Families to Council that says efforts to resolve the matter are therefore considered to be better directed towards what has been identified as being a significant gap in the legislation. Do Council reps agree that this is another way of saying the law isn't working? It's broken and it needs to be changed. Would you agree with that? Sorry, I'll read it out again.
There is, we believe, a gap in the law, and that land could be disposed of, but it cannot be appropriated. We've made no secret of that.
So if there's a gap in the law, does the law not need to be changed? And does this not mean a change to the general law rather than a private bill?
The whole purpose of this being a private bill is it's very specifically geared towards one very particular piece of land, and only confers very specific and discrete powers on the authority, which is why we followed this route rather than pursuing a change to the general law.
Despite the fact that private bill guidance explicitly states that a private bill is not appropriate when a change to the general law is required.
I think...
No, sorry, again, thank you. Again, that was something that was discussed in our first report, and we did seek clarification as a committee from the Minister for Local Government and Planning at that stage, where I wrote to him and I asked were there any plans to bring forward to change the law at this present moment, because clearly that is something that we would wish to see. And the Minister wrote back that there were no plans at this time, and that was the reason why the committee took the decision to go forward with a private bill, because therefore we wouldn't be allowed to at that stage. So again, this has been covered.
In due
at that
respect,
stage.
though, the Cabinet Minister perhaps said at that point he had no plans to, but
yes.
Should the Parliament as a body not have considered that the law needed to be addressed in this matter?
It was certainly when I spoke in the debate, which I'm sure you heard, I said that that is absolutely where we should get to. But at this stage, what we had to look at, and again it is something that we have gone over and it is in the report, so I will move on after I make this point, is that what was feasible at that stage, so you could be waiting, you had no plans at a certain age, you could be waiting 10, 20, 30 years for that to happen, or we had a piece of legislation in front of us at this particular moment and we had to make a decision, and that was the reason the committee went for it. That isn't a question for the council or the promoter to answer, that's a question for this committee.
I think we've misunderstood the guidance. When it said it wasn't appropriate, we didn't realise there was a time aspect to that condition, if you like.
When we have sought, and as I said, as convener, I wrote to the Minister to ask if there was anything that he was bringing forward at the present moment. If he had said yes at that point, then it would have been correct for this committee to say we're waiting on the government legislating. The government have no plans to legislate on this. That's why we're at the stage we're at the minute. But as I said, we'll move on from
thank you,
from
yes.
that.
And sorry, just to very quickly go back to Mr Livingston's point that the letter was not about the private bill. Stephen Hawkins has just handed me a copy of the letter here, and it does say that one of the options is a private act of the Scottish Parliament under the provisions of blah-de-blah.
Yeah,
so,
again, that,
just for clarification. Okay. Thank you. Again, you may say this is not really for the promoter, but the question is to the promoter, are you aware that at present there is at least one other local authority considering its options in the light of current legislation? And I'm referring to East Renfrewshire, where they have a document, I haven't got it in front of me, but it talks about private bill as an option if their inner court actions are unsuccessful.
I'm not aware, and I'm not sure of the relevance.
I mean, again, that is something covered because other councils can bring.
I think it's under the precedent angle we're trying to
absolutely,
raise it.
But again, that was covered in our report that said any council would be free to bring forward that. However,
well, this is hard evidence that they will.
Yeah, but however, it would be on their own merits, and so that is where it's unique in that sense. You'd have to look at each individual. I am aware of East Renfrewshire. I'm not aware of the ins and outs because my mind is focused on this one. But you know, again, if East Renfrewshire Council took that decision, then they would be taking it, and it would be for another committee to make their decision on should it be a private member's bill or shouldn't it. But again, that was covered in stage 1. So if we can continue on now.
You'd be pleased to hear that I'd like to go on to the next issue.
I just wanted to make a point, if I may. I just wanted to remind the committee that actually Andrew Ferguson said he wasn't surprised by the legal decision not allowing the park to be built on, but also he said this was likely to be a relatively frequent issue in some parts of Scotland over the coming decades. So in other words, if this private bill goes through, there's no doubt that it'll be used as a quick, easy and cheap route to enable councils to build on common good land.
I don't think it sets anything other than what we've already stated, but thank you again for putting on something on the record.
I beg to disagree.
Consultation, the pre-introduction consultation process. There was some discussion at the earlier evidence session this morning about the council influencing the opinion of the public through connections with related parties, but the council were clear that there weren't any such connections and that they've been playing it with a straight bat. We don't believe that many of the connections are being made public, but we do believe that there have been links and there has been pressure and working hand in hand between the council and PFANs. And to demonstrate that, I do have an email. I don't want to read it out in its entirety because I'm not going to name people in it, but it's dated the 2nd of February 2006, and it was sent to me in my capacity as... But it's telling you about the relationship between PFANs and the council, which, yeah, but it's about PFANs.
Can I just say that in the council's evidence there was a statement saying that Mrs Connolly had alleged there was connivance between PFANs and the council, and now I think Mrs Connolly has a right of reply on that, and that's what she's trying to do.
No one has said that she shouldn't.
Yeah, well,
the question was, if you allow me to finish, the question was, did you say 2006? I don't see that isn't a fair question to be asked.
Well, I think it was the tone in which it was asked.
So, but we'll go back to what you're saying.
2006, thank you. It was sent to me in my capacity as a member of the parent council at my children's primary school. Dear Alison, we, my colleague and I, are on the case about Portobello High School because, of course, our client is a prospective developer, and we are very disappointed at the way the story was announced yesterday. It could have been a double-page spread with pictures of the existing grotty school, artist impressions of a new one, etc., etc. Apparently, it was done by councillors A and B against the advice of the council's communications teams. My colleague's view is that we need to pull together a meeting of what might be a campaign group this weekend, perhaps Saturday PM, to include the school board chairs and the 2 affected schools and a few other keen and interested people. He also thinks that we need to get at least 6 letters of support into the evening news ASAP. I attach a draft letter I've done for X, who subsequently went on to be the first chair of PFANs. If you have the time and inclination, could you do one and pass this on to anyone else relevant to do their own version of it and then email it to the evening news? We'll let you know about time and day for a campaign meeting. Are you interested? Now, as I say, I was sent this in my capacity as a member of a primary school board, and initially I had no view on it, and I did go along to the first meeting, but this group was created in connection, in conjunction with the council, and any suggestion otherwise is just not true. And I understand Mr McIntyre wasn't there in 2006, but this is why I think the history of this whole story is important.
I'm not going to pass that over, and the reason I'm not going to is that there's a difference between councillors and council.
Yes.
And the email demonstrated councillors, although you didn't name them. You spoke about councillors being involved at that stage. That's different to the council, and therefore I don't think it's fair for the promoter to answer questions on behalf of certain councillors and what they did and didn't do, or what was proper or improper, and we can all have opinions on that, but that wouldn't be fair to go into that discussion at the minute.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Yes,
Mr McIntyre said in his letter that both sides have been treated the same throughout this, so maybe he could tell me how the chair of Portobello High School Parent Council got the consultation results released to him the night before they were made public, and he approached the Evening News with a statement which was printed in the paper the next day, and we've submitted this already to the committee.
I am not aware of that having happened, and it's certainly not something that I did or authorised.
So you can't say how that information was released to him?
No, I can't.
A day before it went public?
I'm assuming that you're correct in what you've said, but I have no idea how that got to the individual.
Any further questions?
We've got a couple of questions on consultation. The leaflets, the area for the leaflets to be distributed during the consultation period, December 2012, was in line with the catchment of the school, amended slightly to include additional areas that the school currently accepts a significant number of out-of-catchment pupils from. Can the council explain the thinking behind this selection as the consultation area?
That was explained in the council reports of, if my memory serves me correctly, November 2012 and March 2014. Sorry, March 2013. If you look at the area, it's not the catchment area, it's the area which has Portobello Park as its geographical centre.
Yes, Stephen.
Yes, Mr Hawkins.
I don't understand what you mean by... It's not a circle, is it? The distribution area. The boundary is more or less the same, apart from one or two differences. Do you have the actual comparative maps there in front of you?
The comparative maps were included in the council report of November 2012. I believe. Sorry, March 2013. I don't know if that's, do you want me to hold it up, or? It's more of a rectangle than a circle.
No, that was questioning when you said that
So
it's at the geographical
Portobello
centre.
Park.
Yeah. Okay.
The
how does it differ between the school catchment area and the area of the distribution?
Excuse me, Mr Hawkins, can I get Mr McIntyre's response there? You asked him about that piece of information, and I'd like to hear the relevance of it. From
Yeah, go on then.
The area here, I don't know if you can see it, this is Portobello Park here, and the black outline, the red outline is the school boundary, the school catchment boundary. The black outline is the area to which we designated as being the local area to which we distributed the leaflets, being an area which has Portobello Park at its centre. So it's not the catchment area, because that wasn't about the school. It was about building the school in the park. So it was the area chosen was the area that had the park as its geographical centre, not as a circle but as a rectangle. And that was explained in the council report of November 2012, and there were no issues
for
or
the
concerns
committee. For the committee, could you explain the differences, the major differences, because between the black and the red line, where do they differ?
Like you can see.
Okay, you can see from the plan. You can see that to the northwest, there's a large spike that's different. That goes along an area of industrial buildings. I think there's one residence on there, the dog and cat home. There's a difference to the north between the red and the black line, where... Sorry, do you have the plan in front of you at all? You don't? No. Okay, I'll wait until you get the plan. The differences, what I'm getting at, is that there's very, very little difference in practical terms between the two areas. There is a large spike that goes up. You can see that going up to the northwest. Yeah. There is a difference between the red and black line to the north, which I think actually one of the lines encompasses the beach, and there's not many people who live there. There is a difference to the southwest, which at the moment are two large fields at Brunstein, and again, not many people live there. So what I'm saying is that for all practical purposes, the distribution area of the leaflets was the same as the catchment area. And this was a consultation that was skewed towards the school community.
Can I respond to that,
Yes,
Convener?
yes, absolutely.
It wasn't skewed towards the school community. I mean, I think on a number of occasions you've made the point that, well, on one hand it should have been a more confined local area, but on the other hand it should have been the whole of Edinburgh, and we should have issued leaflets to the whole of Edinburgh. We identified that area in November 2012. There were no issues expressed about that area then. We leafleted 14,500, approximately 14,500 households in that area with the purpose of raising awareness of what we were doing, because that was the area that we considered to be most directly affected, i.e. in the proximity of the park. Now, there were a variety of measures that we took to publicise our proposals beyond that, but we leafleted that area twice because we felt it was important that the local community, and I would remind you that's the area which would be designated as being capable of free use of the 3G pitches as well, were made explicitly aware of the proposals. Now that, I think, is something that's perfectly fair and perfectly reasonable.
You may take that as being perfectly fair and perfectly reasonable. You'll also be aware that any issues that were raised, of concerns, were ignored. The
Sorry, Mr.
point,
Hawkins,
though, is that
I'm not aware of.
You're not. Okay. Maybe it was by other members of your team. But the point is, though, that to all intents and purposes, and I'm asking you to agree with us on this point, that the distribution area was more or less a school catchment area.
The distribution area was similar to the school catchment area, but was designated by an entirely different purpose. And the reason that the school catchment area was shown in that report was to illustrate that it was different.
By how much? What percentage?
I don't have that
of population.
You can see the differences. But
there are very slight differences, I accept that, but for all practical purposes, they are the same.
Mr. Hawkins has a point behind the questions. We could maybe cut directly to that. What
moved
relevance
off Mr. Hawkins. We're going to Ms. Cairns now. Thank you.
Well, I thought I'd made that.
Yes, it's fine.
Yeah, sorry,
it's not Mr. Hawkins. It's fine. If I thought that you weren't making the point, I would have said so. Right. That's sort of my role as convener. So, Ms. Cairns.
Yes, just Mr. McIntyre said that we thought that the council should have consulted the whole of Edinburgh, but it actually says on the consultation leaflet we are consulting people in the local community and the rest of the city.
I believe at some point in the past you've suggested that we should have issued leaflets to the whole of Edinburgh.
No,
Is that not correct?
I'm saying that if you didn't issue leaflets to the whole of Edinburgh, then you weren't consulting?
Well, no, we were. The point I was making was that I believe, and I'm happy to be corrected if you've not said that you felt that we should have issued leaflets to the whole of Edinburgh. And that wouldn't have been sensible, it wouldn't have been practical, and certainly wouldn't have been cost efficient. So that we chose to distribute leaflets to those in the local area, which were just discussed, but identified a range of other means to highlight and draw awareness to the rest of Edinburgh of our proposals. And we were successful in that in light of the significant number of responses that we received from out with that local area.
But I would suggest that what was on the front of this leaflet then was a misrepresentation, because you didn't properly consult with the rest of Edinburgh.
Well, we did.
Mr Hawkins.
In consulting with the rest of Edinburgh, how did the rest of Edinburgh get the information?
The rest of the information was freely accessible on our website. It was attention was drawn to that in a number of ways through social media, as you'll be aware that it was carried regularly in the Edinburgh and local press. And as I say, the responses from Edinburgh and actually from far beyond Edinburgh speak volumes about the extent to which there was an awareness of these proposals out with the local area.
I would suggest that the level of response from outside the area was as a result of two opposing community groups within the area rather than the efforts of the council. What's been in the local media, I mean, principally the evening news, are articles about Portobello High School, not necessarily promoting the consultation. And as far as the only other thing that you mentioned was social media, but you are aware that a large number of people don't use social media. One of the ways that you did promise to make information aware to other people in Edinburgh was through the libraries. You didn't mention the libraries because quite often it was very, very difficult to get information from the libraries. In our own library at Portobello, they vaguely remembered having received this consultation information, but they didn't know where it was at that time. At the Central Library, when I inquired, they had no idea what I was talking about. They thought it might be in the Edinburgh room. The Edinburgh room was closed. No one could find the information. And I specifically went in, because I'm awkward. So I would say that you did not distribute information throughout the rest of Edinburgh. You did not make the council's proposal clear to people in the rest of Edinburgh. They didn't know about it, really. But you did make it very clear within the area of the school, catchment areas, the feeder catchment areas.
Okay, absolutely. I'm trying to get to questions and not statements of fact. It was relevant, that's why I didn't stop you, but it's cross-examination. We started this part at 11:43, it's 12:40, and we haven't got through the first category yet.
I know it's Mr Martin's fault.
I'm not apportioning a blame anywhere, I'm just suggesting the time. So we haven't covered alternative sites yet. Do you wish to cover those?
We just want a couple more points on the consultation and the information that was used in the consultation about the tender process. And the Council admitted to advise the public during the consultation process that the tender may need to be re-tendered. Can you advise if that was a conscious decision? Because everything in the consultation was geared towards giving the impression that the contract was ready to award.
It doesn't need to be retendered. I'm not sure where you're coming to that conclusion from.
There's 2 points, I suppose, 2 subsequent points. In April 2012, Children and Families reported to City of Edinburgh Council and recommended that they approved to accept the tender from Balfour Beatty and enter contract with them on condition that the existing appeal be either first successfully concluded in favour of the Council or withdrawn. Now, neither of these conditions have been met.
That's been superseded by subsequent decisions of the Council to change the basis of the contract terms with Balfour Beatty, most recently being 6th of February 2014.
So have the Council been formally asked to approve the contract being awarded to Balfour Beatty?
They did that in 2012. they've approved the amended terms for the contract. They did that on the 6th of February 2014.
So they also gave approval to award it as well as approving the amended terms? Because I did look through and I couldn't find it, but perhaps you can clarify exactly where that was.
No, the Council has approved that Balfour Beatty, on the revised tender terms, or the revised contract terms, that's what they approved on the 6th of February this year.
Can I just add there that the private bill process is not of direct relevance to the appointment of the contractor. And the important point here is that the park is by far the cheapest, quickest and most importantly the best quality option for the new
Can
school.
I just say, sorry, that is exactly the point we're trying to make, that throughout the consultation process that is all the council could say. They couldn't provide the detail behind it, and that is exactly what we're complaining about. They didn't tell us that there might be a risk of the tender having to be rerun, which is a risk. They didn't.
Wasn't.
Well, it is a risk, I think.
No, it's not.
From the Scottish Government guidelines on procurement, I'll read out a paragraph. In open and restricted procedures...
Can I just stop with that again? Procurement's not for this committee.
It's very important in terms of demonstrating the transparency during the consultation period.
I understand the points you're trying to make, and that's the reason I've allowed an hour to go on one category. What I'm saying to you is, you can put it on record, and you can take time away from issues that we can actually look at as a committee. And it's up to you. I can't look at procurement, so you can talk about procurement. We can take time away from things that I can look at, as we in the committee can look at, loss of amenity, the park traffic issues. These are things that I can look at as part of the committee. I can't look at procurement. Okay. Mr Hawkins.
Going back to a previous point, and that is that the Council has forever said that this is the quickest way. For clarity then, can Mr McIntyre confirm that the Council will not need to retender, and secondly, there is no risk of legal challenge to that?
Sorry, Convener, this was dealt with at the previous session. The Council confirmed that it's aware of its obligations under procurement law, will comply with those.
Sorry.
Convener, you confirmed that that's a matter for the Council and not for the committee, so I'm not sure of the relevance of the question.
Well, I'd like to have it on public record what the Council's position is.
It was the last session, which you've been made aware of the official report. It was in the official report, so it is on record from there.
So there's no chance of legal challenge, and you will not be retendering.
Mr Hawkins, this has been dealt with in a previous session.
It's in the official, report.
Madam, I will take instructions from you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think, as I said to you, the official report, which you were given copies of the previous sessions prior to this meeting, has in it those questions were asked and answers were provided. The answer is still the same, so I would have picked that up if it had been different, but it's certainly not, and it is a matter of record, which again you wanted on, so that's fine. Can I just make you aware that we have to finish at 1 o'clock, so it's just to make you aware of the time constraints. So, have you still got consultation, or will we move to alternative sites?
Well, I did have, but I'll skip them just now because I don't think there's much debate. Yes, I would like to ask a couple of things on alternative sites. The Council comment on Atkins being unachievable, and at the last evidence session on the 26th of March spoke about it being discounted, but none of the reasons given are particularly convincing, as all the circumstances that you've mentioned exist to a greater extent at James Gillespie's High School, where a rebuild on site is currently going ahead. Can you explain this conundrum?
It's not a conundrum, Ms Connolly. The Council is well experienced in school design and what will and will not work. I gave a clear explanation of why the Atkins survey, as soon as I saw it, it was dismissed. I provided that to committee at the last meeting, and I wouldn't want to waste any of your more time repeating that.
So was it you that dismissed the Atkins feasibility study?
The Atkins feasibility study was dismissed some time ago when I looked at it in the context of available options for building the school now. Yes, I dismissed it. I'm the sponsor for this project. And one of the main reasons was the Atkins study was predicated on rebuilding on the current site, which is just not possible. Rebuild on the site has been identified as a fallback option, but only extended to include the site currently occupied by St John's RC Primary School. But as I said, Convener, I did provide a full explanation of all of the reasons at the last meeting.
I was struggling to find anything in writing or in a report that went to Council explaining when and why the decision that...
The Council report of November 2012, I think you'll find the reference to Atkins in there.
I don't think that explains
Perhaps
the
it's
point.
October.
It didn't
Ms Connolly.
You're not...
Sorry,
listening to
Mr
what I'm trying to
McIntyre, I'll
ask.
just give Ms Connolly.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask when the decision was made that Portobello High School could only be rebuilt if they relocated St John's first, because that was suddenly dropped in as an assumption with nothing to demonstrate the point at which that decision was made.
I think you'll find that that decision predated me in any event, because that was one of the options that was subject to statutory consultation back in 2006. And I'm not sure of the relevance of this question.
You're right, it was in 2006, but in 2003 and 2004 it was available as an option. By the time 2006 came and the Council had made it clear that they wanted to build on the park, it turned into can only happen if the primary school is relocated. So when did that decision about only if the primary school is relocated
In advance
get
of
made?
2006, I don't know.
Well, perhaps somebody does, because I've searched everywhere I can and I can't find the answer to that. Maybe Mr Strachan remembers.
I don't.
It's an important point, because the whole reason for the alternative sites and one of the biggest disadvantages of the existing site is that you are saying we can't do it unless St John's moves. And I don't know where you came to that conclusion from, but there's nothing to evidence
I don't know,
it.
but again, it's not for this bill to look
it's
at.
in alternative sites.
Yeah, no,
under
absolutely.
that category.
Again, that's why I'm allowing you to put it on record.
Okay.
But again, it's not something that I can look at and the members can look at according to this bill.
We had other questions, things about, in the information that's been provided, there's a lot of talk about the swimming pool being available to community, for community access. And we wanted to ask, do you agree that the new school, regardless of where it's built, could have a swimming pool, and that swimming pool could be available to the community, much as the one at the current high school is?
Yes.
So it's irrelevant, if you like, to the situation about where to build the school?
The inclusion of a swimming pool in the design? Yes.
It is irrelevant to the decision about where
I've never
to...
suggested to the contrary.
Okay, it's just that it was given as one of the adverts, if you like, or one of the advantages of the new school during the consultation process.
Not by the council.
Do you want
There's an throwaway remark of not by the council. However, within the community, people thought they could turn up with a swimming towel rolled up. You're aware of that. I've spoken to you about that. And, you know, yeah, it may not be given out crystal clear by the council, but impressions created by the council allow people to interpret it that way. But just going back to the Atkins study, at a previous session, you said that the rebuild on site was discounted. Can we just clarify, it wasn't discounted, there just wasn't enough money to take that project forward at that time. That's correct, isn't it?
Sorry, what? When?
At a previous evidence session, you dismissed the rebuild on site because it was discounted. Those are your words.
Discounted when? Remind me, please, Mr Hawkins, about what time?
Well, you weren't specific about the time. You just said it was discounted. But it wasn't discounted. It would have gone ahead if there had been enough money in the PPP2 pool of money. And in fact, it was held as a reserve. So it's just to clarify that point. It wasn't discounted, was it? It's just that there wasn't enough money.
I don't know. I can't comment on that. It
Right.
predates my...
Okay. But you did tell us it was discounted, so you could comment on it at one point, but
I think
not
if
now.
you've got the official
Okay.
record, if you can point to where that was said.
Yes,
Yes, Ms
exactly.
Cairns.
It was said on the 26th of March in Mr McIntyre's evidence.
Can you refer to the page?
No, sorry, I can't. But it said you stated that when the council officer,
2006.
when the council
2006.
officer considered...
Sorry, 206. I've got 2006 on the brain.
When the council officer considered the proposal in detail at the time, 2003 in brackets, it became clear that that would be unachievable, so it was never progressed further. An option to rebuild the school on the current site was considered and discounted. Those are two statements that you made at the 26th of March meeting.
Where's the reference to discounted? I'm not following.
So
that.
you're reading from the official report, Ms Cairns?
No, I'm reading from my notes that I've extracted from the official report.
Well, but we're looking at the official report, so...
The quote says, when the council officer considered the proposal in detail at the time, brackets 2003, it became clear that that would be unachievable, so it was never progressed further.
Sorry, what's the column reference?
I've got
206.
it, 206. Yeah, that's my understanding.
So it became clear it would be unachievable, so it was never progressed further.
Yes, that was
So
my
it actually
understanding.
did go in as the reserve, first reserve to PPP2.
I don't know what detailed
Well,
design...
it did according to council
Sorry,
report.
just to cut it short, what we're trying to make the point of is that it's made out that the rebuild on site isn't possible at all, and yet it was, and still is.
Do you have... I understand Ms Cairns wants in, but Mr McIntyre first.
Our fallback option is a phased rebuild on the current site.
Ms Cairns?
Well, we've submitted a document, as you know, that says quite clearly that should either Tynecastle, is talking about PPP2 projects, school rebuilding projects, should either Tynecastle or Craig Royston be delayed unacceptably, they will be withdrawn from PPP2 and substituted with Portobello. A feasibility study for Portobello already exists. This is being updated together with the proper costs to ensure that should the need arise, it can be slotted into the scheme with a minimum of delay. That doesn't sound to me like a project that's been discounted.
I'm not sure what the point is, Convener, I'm afraid.
The point is that it wasn't discounted and it wasn't unachievable. That's the point.
Sorry, Ms Cairns, I think the quote you just read said that the feasibility study was being updated.
Yeah.
So if that's a reference to Atkins, then it's obviously not a reference to Atkins as it stood. There would have been some change to the proposal implicit in that language. But if you can't provide any more evidence, there's not much we can say about it.
I think if they say that it was ready to be slotted in, that meant that it was considered to be a viable project to rebuild the school on its current site without moving St John's.
Mr McIntyre?
Convener, I'm not aware of the timeline or what transpired between 2003 and 2006. But I would just remind you that the statutory consultation that was undertaken of 3 options in 2006 was based on the extended site of the current Portobello High School and St John's RC Primary School. And that's
a very original question, which was, when was that decision taken?
I don't know when that decision was taken prior to 2006, but I'm honestly not sure of the relevance because that remains as a fallback option.
Okay, do we have any final questions, given it's 5-1 on those?
Sorry, I'm not understanding.
Just on this category.
On this category.
Given it's an hour and 10, 15 minutes on this category.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask a few questions to Mr McIntyre for me. James Gillespie's is currently being rebuilt, isn't it? Or
yes, it is.
Near completion.
It's not. It's not near completion. It's just started.
It's currently being rebuilding on its existing site. What size is that site?
2.3 hectares.
And how many pupils is that for?
It's for 1,150.
Right. Boroughmuir has recently received planning permission, hasn't it?
Has?
Yeah. And what size is that site?
1.3 hectares.
And how many pupils is that for?
1,165.
Right. So, if those schools can be rebuilt on those sites of that size for that number of pupils, surely the school could be rebuilt on Portobello, existing school site.
The existing school site.
Yeah.
I would beg to differ. The planning requirements around the Portobello area would restrict the height of the new Portobello to be 3 stories. But to include all of the provision that we want to see on the new Portobello High School site, including 2 full-size pitches, we believe that the best option is Portobello Park. Now, you have said before that, well, why do you build schools on smaller sites elsewhere in the city? That's because the availability of space elsewhere in the city. If I could finish, rather than you pointing at me, the availability of space.
Putting my finger up
The availability of space.
The
The availability of space elsewhere in the city is significantly more constrained. So we have an area of relatively unused space that we believe would be a better location for the new school.
Okay.
Now, Boroughmuir and James Gillespie's have got very, very constrained sports facilities relative to most other secondary schools in the city. And in fact, most other secondary schools in the city, contrary to what was suggested at one of the last evidence sessions, have 2, and indeed many have more than 2 pitches. So what we're trying to do is deliver the best school that we can in the Portobello area, and there is more space available in that area to provide that school.
Would you consider rebuilding James Gillespie's on Bruntsfield Links?
That's not been considered. Bruntsfield Links is a very, very, very well used area of space.
Would you consider rebuilding Boroughmuir on Harrison Park?
That's not been considered. Again, it's a very, very well...
So
but again, this has no
does
relevance to this committee. Miss Cairns, that has no relevance to this bill.
Well, I think it's
you may think it, but it doesn't have
it's
relevance to it.
questioning the rationale behind insisting on building on this land at all costs when there are alternatives that could be used, that could provide an excellent new school for Portobello and preserve a well-used and well-loved park, despite what people might say.
No question, just that statement.
Well, I had asked Mr McIntyre
so that's
question, but you jumped in.
Yes.
Well, I've previously made it clear on many occasions, both in evidence earlier this morning and the previous evidence session, the many disadvantages that would be associated with building on the current site rather than building in Portobello Park.
Okay, thank you. That will conclude the evidence session for today. Thank you. I'll close this meeting.